pasavi. Kintu prabhorya priya eva tasya vande guru sri charanaaravinda. Yasya prasadhat bhagavat prasado yasya prasadanagati kutopi. Yasya prasadhat bhagavat prasado yasya prasadanagati kutopi. Jaya Subham Satyaya Jashri Sandhyam Vande Guru Sri Charanaravindam. Samsaradhavanalalitaloka Tranaya karunya ghana ghanatvam. Praptasya kalyana gunarnavasya vande guru sri charanaaravinda. Vande Guru Sri Charanaravindam. Vande Guru Sri Charanaravindam. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namune. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Vasyatya Deshata Saraswati Devi Nityananda Yadvaita Gadadhara Sivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaura Bhakta Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Rama Ram Hare Hare Jaya Prabhupada Shila Prabhupada Prabhupada Shila Prabhupada Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol
Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajakacarya Asto Tarasati Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Shlesi Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki ISKCON Sanstapakacharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajakacarya Asto Tarasati Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnav Vrinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Vimsakaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gop Gopinath Shyam Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Ki Brajbhumi Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Mayapur Navadvip Dham Ki Purushottam Kshetra Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Ganga Mai Ki Jamuna Mai Ki भक्ति देवी की, कृष्ण भक्ति प्रदायिनी श्रीमती तुलसी महारानी की, समवेता भक्त वृंद की, श्री हरि नाम संकीर्तन की, जय निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे। Oh, glories to the Samud devotees. Oh, glories to the Samud devotees. Oh, glories to the Samud devotees. Oh, glories, lotus feet of Shri Shri Guru Gauranga. Namaste Narasimhaya. Praladadayine. Hiranyakasipurvakshaha. Shilatankanakalaye. Ito nishinga parato nishinga parato yato yamitato nishinga. Bahir nishinga hridaye nishinga. Narasingamadim saranam prapade. Tavakara kamala vade nakham adbhuta shringam dalita hiranyakashipur Tanabengam Keshavadhita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Davakara Kamala Vade Jaya Nishingadev 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 Jaya Nishingadev Nishingadev Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Nitai Gaura Haribol 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol Haribol भक्ति विघ्न विनाश नृसिंहदेव भगवान की भक्तराज प्रहलाद महाराज की जय निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे। वृन्दाय तुलसीदेव्याय प्रियाय केशवस्य च विष्णु भक्तिप्रददेवी सत्यवत्याय नमो नमः। वृन्दाय तुलसीदेव्याय प्रियाय केशवस्य च विष्णु भक्तिप्रददेवी सत्यवत्याय नमो नमः। वृन्दाय तुलसीदेव्याय प्रियाय केशवस्य च विष्णु भक्तिप्रददेवी सत्यवत्याय नमो नमः। वृन्दाय तुलसीदेव्याय प्रियाय केशवस्य च विष्णु भक्तिप्रददेवी कृष्ण भक्ति प्रदायिनी श्रीमती तुलसी महारानी की।
नमो नमः तुलसी कृष्ण प्रेयसी नमो नमः तुलसी ब्रज राधा कृष्ण सेवा पावो अभिलाषे नमो नमः जे तुम्हारो शरण लाय तारो वांछा पूर्ण है। जे तुम्हारो कृपा करी करु तारे वृंदावन वासे नमो नमः मोर अभिलाष विलास कुंजे दियो वास নয়নে হে দিব সদায় যুগাল রূপরাশে নমো নমঃ मोर अभिलाष विलास कुंजे दियो वास आमेन নয়নে হে রিব সদায় যোগাল পরাশে এই নিবেদন ধর সখীর অনুগত করো সেবায় অধিকার দিয়ে করো নিজ দাসে সেবায় অধিকার দিয়ে করো নিজ দাসে কৃষ্ণ দাসে কয় এই যেন মোর হয় রাধা গোবিন্দ প্রেমে সদয় যেন ভাসে রাধা গোবিন্দ প্রেমে সদয় যেন ভাসে নামো নমঃ তুলাসে কৃষ্ণ প্রেয়াসে নামো নমঃ তুলাসে কৃষ্ণ কানে কানে চপানে काने काने चपाने ब्रह्म हतादि काने चा ताने ताने प्रणाशन्ते प्रदक्षिण पादे पादे Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jayo Vrinde Devi Tulasi Maharani, Vrinde Devi Tulasi Maharani, Jayo Vrinde Devi,
Jaya Tulsi Maharani, Vrinda Devi, Jaya Tulsi Maharani.
Jayo Vrinde, Jayo Vrinde, Jayo Vrinde, Jayo Shri Vrinde.
Jaya Vrinde, Jaya Vrinde, Jaya Vrinde.
वृंदाय तुलसी देव्याय प्रियाय केशवस्य च विष्णु भक्ति प्रद देवी सत्वताय नमो नमः। वृंदाय तुलसी देव्याय प्रियाय केशवस्य च विष्णु भक्ति प्रद देवी सत्वताय नमो नमः। वृंदाय तुलसी देव्याय प्रियाय केशवस्य च विष्णु भक्ति प्रद देवी सत्यवत्याय नमो नमः। श्रीमती तुलसी महारानी की।
O Tulsi, beloved of Krishna, I bow before you again and again. My desire is to obtain the service of Shri Shri Radha and Krishna. Whoever takes shelter of you has wishes fulfilled. Besting your mercy on him, you make him resident of Vrindavan. My desire is that you also grant me resident in the pleasure grove of Shri Vrindavan Dham. Thus, within my vision, I always behold the beautiful pastimes of Radha and Krishna. I beg you to make me follower of cowherd damsel of Vraja. Please give me a privilege of devotional service and make me your own maid servant. This very fallen and lowly servant of Krishna prays, may always swim in the love of Shri Shri Radha and Govinda. Tulsi Maharani ki jai. Offenses against the holy name are as follow. 1. To blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated their life for propagating the holy name of the Lord. 2. To consider the names of demigod like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma to be equal to or independent of name of Lord Vishnu. 3. To disobey the order of spiritual master. 4. To blaspheme the Vedic literature or literature in pursuance of Vedic version. 5. To consider glories of chanting Hare Krishna as imagination. 6. To give some interpretation on the holy name of the Lord. 7. To commit sinful activities on the strength of the holy name of the Lord. 8. To consider chanting of Hare Krishna as one of the auspicious ritualistic activities which are offered in Vedas as fruitive activity Karma Kanda. 9. To instruct a faithless person about the glories of holy name. 10. Do not have complete faith in chanting of holy name and to maintain material attachment even after understanding so many instructions on this matter. It is also an offense to be inattentive while chanting. Every devotee who claims to be a Vaishnava must guard against these offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success. Krishna Prema. Now let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord. They are just like a desired tree who can fulfill the desire of everyone. They are full of compassion for the fallen conditioned soul. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhu evcha patitanam pavnebhyo Vaishnavbhyo namo namaha. Anant Koti Vaishnav Vrinda ki jai. Prabhupada ji ki jai. Tirnadipi sunichena tarorapi sa vishunam amanina mandena kirtaniya sadahari. One should chant the holy name of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than the straw in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree and divide off all sense of false prestige, and should ready to offer all respect to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the holy name of the Lord constantly. Papa ji ki jai, Mangla Aarti ki jai.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Thank you all for coming, as well as all the devotees from here. Thank you all also. We have the fortune of having His Holiness Vaibhav Bhagavan Keshav Maharaj with us. What we would love to do is actually have a japa circle with Maharaj. So what we'll do is, if we can form a nice circle around Tulsi Maharani here, we'll just set up here. There's mats in the back for those who don't know. We can just grab one mat and we'll set up a circle here and have a nice japa time.
Hare Krishna. So it's a beautiful time of the day. Actually, it's the most beautiful time. In the morning hours, it's just like when we drive here, it's beautiful because there's no cars on the street. So you can just immediately reach your destination very, very quickly. So the morning time is like that. It's the easiest and most conducive and most powerful time to connect with Krishna. And it's said that the first identity that we connect with in the day is the identity that we carry with us throughout the day. So when we rise in the morning and the first thing we remember is that we have nothing to do with this world, we're just passing through, we're all spiritual beings. Then when we go through our day-to-day lives with so many things, then we're always in remembrance of that. So this is probably the first thing that people waste in the world today, is the morning time. And then in the morning time, we're focusing on chanting the names of Krishna. So we were just in New York, and we remember when Srila Prabhupada came to America, then he wrote one very beautiful poem. And in the final line of that poem, he said something very amazing. Bhakti nahi, Bedi nahi, Khub naam daro, Bhakti Vedanta naam, Ebe sarthak karo. Srila Prabhupada ends that poem and he says, Bhakti nahi, Krishna, I don't have so much devotion. Bedi nahi, Krishna, I don't even have so much knowledge. But then Srila Prabhupada says, Khub naam daro. But what I do have is strong faith in the holy name of Krishna. And this is very, very powerful, because in our lives, sometimes we think there's so many things we don't have, I don't have devotion, I don't have knowledge, I don't have good character, I don't have determination, I don't have purity. There's so many things we don't have. But what Srila Prabhupada teaches us is that even if we feel we don't have anything of that much value, if we can say, but Krishna, I have strong faith in the holy name, then the holy name of Krishna can make up for all of our other weaknesses. So the name of Krishna is explained to be like a touchstone. Namachintamani Krishna's Chaitanya Rasa Vigraha Purna Shuddha Nitya Mukta Bhinatvan Nama Namino. So this verse explains that the name of Krishna is like a touchstone. Everything that you could ever desire in your life, if you connect with the holy name, then you will achieve all of those things in the most beautiful and the most amazingly spiritual ways. All of your desires will be fulfilled. Purna, because the name is perfect. Shuddha, the name is completely pure. Nitya Mukta, and the name is so powerful that it doesn't matter how materially motivated we may be, it's never contaminated, but it will purify us. And then it's mentioned, Bhinatvan Nama Namino, that the name of Krishna and the person Krishna is not different. So sometimes we take it for granted. We put our hand in our bead bag and we just try to get through the rounds. But it's very, very deep, very, very powerful, and a very, very accessible way in which Krishna has given us to connect with Him. So, yeah, so we'll chant together. The mind will wander, but just keep trying to bring the mind back, and realize that if we do this one thing nicely in our life, then everything else will work out together. So we can chant together. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Please continue at your own pace.
Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Pandamoy Savadana Mate. Pandamoy Savadana Mate. Sahara Prasade Paye Baba Toriya Jai. Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite. Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitite Koriya Kya. Arana Kori Ho Mane Asha. Arana Kori Ho Mane Asha. चक्षुदान दिलो जय जान जान प्रभु से. चक्षुदान दिलो जय जान जान प्रभु से. श्री गुरु चराने रची ऐसे उतामा गति. ये प्रसादे चक्षुदान दिलो जय जन्मे प्रभु से चक्षुदान दिलो जय जन्मे प्रभु से दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित प्रेम भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाश जाते प्रेम भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाश जाते वेद गाय हर चरित वेद गाय हर चरित श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनार बंधु श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनार बंधु लोकनाथ लोकेर दीवाना लोकनाथ लोकेर दीवाना प्रभु करो दया दे मोरे पद चया प्रभु करो दया दे मोरे पद चया बेटा सुसुक भुवना बेटा सुसुक भुवना तुई पद लोला चरना श्रीरा गुरुदेव पतित पवना जय प्रभुपाद पतित पवना जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय प्रभुपाद नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पश्चादेशधारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु शिव सदी कौरव कबीना जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hari Bol. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Gurudeva, 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 Jaya Gurudeva. Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Jaya Radha, Shama Sundar Radha, Shama Sundar Radhe. Jaya Radha, Shama Sundar Radha, Shama Sundar Radhe. Jaya Radha, Shama Sundar Radha, Shama Sundar Radhe. Nitai Gaur Premanandi.
Astotar Sati Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Lacy Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki, ISKCON Sanstapakacharya Srila Prabhupada Ki, Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Paribrajacacharya Astotar Sati Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki, Ananta Koti Vaishnav Vrinda Ki, नामाचार्य शिल हरिदास ठाकुर की प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्त वृंद की Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gop Gopinath Shyam Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Ki Braj Bhumi Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Mayapur Navadvip Dham Ki Purishatam Kshetra Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Ganga Mai Ki Jamuna Mai Ki Bhakti Devi Ki Shrimati Tulsi Maharani Ki Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande. Oh glories to the Sambu devotees, oh glories to the Sambu devotees, oh glories to the Sambu devotees, oh glories, lotus feet, Shri Shri Guru Gauranga.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Welcome to the second full day of our retreat. As we get set up here, once again, if we can have everyone come close, and we'll all sit here. Morning class will happen right here. As we're getting set up, and as we're setting up here, please just leave some area here for darshan. There may be other devotees coming in, so we just want to be respectful and mindful of them. Couple announcements as we're getting set up here. One, please be again on time for Guru Puja. It is hard for the shuttle drivers to have to wait. It throws off the schedule for them as well. They're also trying to be here on time and have other services to get to. So please make sure by no later than 6:45 you're downstairs. It'll just help them get organized. It helps us all be present, have our set intention for the day. We can do Guru Puja all together. And we also just don't want to be disrespectful to the temple, to each other, and also to our speakers. So if everyone can please make a conscious effort, if there's other people in your room, please make sure that you wake them up as well if they're not able to. And we just really want to make sure that everyone is here by Guru Puja so that we're all ready to go, awake for the morning class. Also, we'll be having Mangal Arati every day at 5 a.m. at the temple. So those who would like to join, please try to make a conscious effort to do so at least once in the retreat if you can. Prioritize your health if you need it and just rest up. But if you can, try to push yourself a little bit and see if you can come for Mangal Arati. Today we had a very nice Mangal Arati and Maharaj led us through a nice japa circle as well. So I would really highly recommend that if everyone can make it tomorrow morning as well. Shuttles, we'll try to arrange for it, and it'll be leaving at 4:45 in the morning from the hotels. And Mangal Arati will start at 5 o'clock. Service groups for serve out today. Once again, it's service group 3 today. Just please be mindful of the class and try to leave discreetly at 8:55. Sangha leaders, please just try to coordinate with their group so that they know, and just quietly make your way out so that we can set up prashadam for breakfast. And service group 4, you are cleanup for today, so please take prashadam first so that you can honor it and then go into the kitchen so we can do the temple cleanup, or sorry, the kitchen cleanup. One more logistical announcement. So at 10:30 today, once again, we'll have breakout sessions. However, I think in the schedule, it shows an age group range. That is actually incorrect. So what it'll be is actually a mixed age group. So everyone will be in different groups and they're pre-assigned groups. On the link tree, there's a link at the top that says breakout groups. You can click on that. It's alphabetized by your first name. So just find your name. It'll have a number between 1, 2, and 3, and it's already pre-assigned. Those will be our breakout groups for today. So if you have group 1, you will be in the loft, and that talk will be given by Kesha Maharaj. If you are in group 2, you will be in the lobby. So this is a change from yesterday. There will be a kids retreat going on as well. So we want to be mindful of that. They'll be downstairs, and the kids will be very loud and probably running around a bit. So we just want to give them that space. So outside in this temple lobby area, we'll have the second breakout group, and that will be with Chitti Shakti Prabhu and Radha Bhakti Prabhu. And third will be with in the temple room right here where we are right now, and that'll be with Bhuta Bhavan Prabhu. So those groups, once again, are on the link tree. You can find your name and you'll be able to find which number you are in. And if you have any questions, feel free to find any of the organizers and we'd be more than happy to help. Last but not least, again, today we have the fortune of hearing from His Grace Rajabihari Prabhuji. Let's please welcome him with a loud Hari Bol. So Rajabihari Prabhuji will be taking us through a very, very nice topic, and I'm super excited to hear about this. And we all, will need this. It'll be how to feel loved by Krishna and how we can experience and feel his love. So once again, please stay disconnected from your phones. Really, really be present here. Again, hopefully there's no emergencies. If you need to, please just step out and you can use your phone there. But as much as possible, let's all just be disconnected from our phones here and just be really attentive to the morning class here. If you would like to take notes, everyone should have a notebook and pen in those bags that you have. So please just try to take notes there and let's be present here. Without further ado, we'll turn it over to you, Prabhuji. Thank you.
Radha Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana जय श्री श्री राधा श्याम सुंदर भगवान की जय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। नारायणं नमस्कृत्यं नरं चैव नरोत्तमं देवीं सरस्वतीं व्यासं ततो जायामुदीरये। नष्टप्रायेषु अभद्रेषु नित्यं भागवत सेवया भगवतीरुत्तम श्लोके भक्तिर्भवति नैष्टकी। कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय देवकी नंदनाय च नंदगोपकुमाराय गोविंदाय नमो नमः। नमो पंकजनाभाय नमो पंकजमालिने नमो पंकजनेत्राय नमस्ते पंकजांग्रे। ॐ अज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः। मूकं करोति वाचालं पङ्गुं लङ्घयते गिरिं यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे श्रीगुरुदीनतारिणं परमानन्दमाधवं श्रीचैतन्यमीश्वरम्। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनिति नामिने। नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यदेशतारिणे। वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य नंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। योऽन्तः प्रविश्य मम वाचमिमां प्रसुप्तां सञ्जीवयत किल शक्तिधरा स्वधाम्ना। अन्यांश हस्तचरणश्रवणत्वगादीन् प्रणान्नमो भगवते पुरुषाय तुभ्यं। कथाञ्चना स्मृते यस्मिन् दुष्करं सुकरं भवेत् विस्मृते विपरीतं स्यात् श्रीचैतन्य नमामितम्। Hare Krishna. Thank you very much for coming today morning for the Bhagavatam class and for giving me a chance. Haribol. To serve you by speaking on Srimad Bhagavatam. Actually, I've been feeling extremely joyful and grateful last 3 days, day before yesterday when we came. So I want to thank the organizers of this TS retreat, TSI. When I left Dallas, Narasimha Rupa Prabhu told me that you should meet Vaishnava Sevaka Prabhu. He is one of the founders of TSI retreat. So I was looking for him, and then I learned he's in the kitchen cooking for everyone. It was so inspiring to see him so humbly, so happily serving. So all the organizers, I really thank you, because it's in Krishna consciousness, it's easy to do service, but it's very difficult to get things done and to organize and still keep relationships. So that's amazing. And then when I was talking to Samradhini, she was telling me that she got so much from this 10 years ago. So, and she's been getting so much shelter. So that's why she wants to serve. So this was very inspiring for me. So thank you. Keep it going. Hare Krishna. So today I'll be discussing on this topic, how to feel loved by Krishna. I seek your permission, Maharaj. That's just being audacious to speak. So there are many ways and many aspects to this topic. How to feel loved. Because just imagine, if we feel that love from Krishna, then we won't have doubts, we won't have issues with others, and we'll be able to tolerate. You can imagine the benefits of just being loved by Krishna. So what I'm going to share with you is two principles which can help us. Nachirat, very soon we can perceive Krishna's love in our lives. But these two principles which I'm going to share are not sacrosanct or the most important. Most important is what Bhuta Bhavana Prabhu told us yesterday. What is that? Blessings, mercy. But still, I want to share these two principles because they are the most neglected. Not because they are the most important. The most, there are many important things. Like one of the things that I'm really convinced about to experience Krishna's love is when we serve devotees and we make them happy. And when we appreciate them in their absence. Generally, we can appreciate a person in front of him. But if you can talk about a third person with another person, I've seen these kind of things. Whenever I've done these kind of activities, I've felt very sheltered, very, very safe in my relationship with Krishna. So these are the most important, definitely. But I have noticed consistently that there are two principles which devotees often neglect in our practices. We may be chanting, we may be going to temple, we may be associating with devotees, we may be doing a lot of services also. So these two principles are, one is managing thoughts or choosing thoughts. Thoughts can be chosen. But many of us, we go through a life where thoughts happen to us. It's like a tsunami, it just comes. We are helplessly dragged. Anybody experience this? That we are not thinking. Thinking happens to us. So the first principle I want to share today is how we need to choose our thoughts. We may not be able to choose our thoughts 24 hours a day. It's okay. Even if we can choose our thoughts once a day, twice a day, for 1 minute, that's great. So that is one principle. Second is receiving the presence, or what they call, the Buddhists call it as mindfulness. Have you heard this? These are very popular terms nowadays. Being present, be here now. So we Hare Krishna devotees, we understand this concept as receiving Krishna's presence. So two things. One is choosing thoughts and receiving presence. So these are two extremely powerful principles by which we can feel loved by Krishna. Again, I want to clarify. We can't achieve love of Krishna. Sometimes we think, okay, Prabhu, I'll do this, I'll fix this, and then I'm going to get love of Krishna. No. Satyanandan Maharaj always says, you can't achieve love of Krishna. Love of Krishna is received. We are beggars. We can't, okay, I got the formula in today's class and now I'm going to get love of Krishna. No. This is a small attempt we are doing to show Krishna that, Krishna, I'm sincere. So, like that. So what are these two principles? So what happens? So, okay, now there's a lot of action we perform, a lot of things we say, Krishna, I love you. We have a gung-ho, we have loud, we make a lot of noise, a lot of action. That's one. But there's another reality where we actually feel sheltered. And there can be a big gap between the two. Saying I love you, Krishna, and to experience love, there can be two islands. So we need a bridge. And the bridge is made of these two principles. Choosing our thoughts consistently, consciously. And what is the second? Receiving Krishna's presence. So, okay. One very important point. When I say feeling, so it's one thing to say, I love Krishna, I love Prabhupada's mission, I serve devotees. I don't know how many of you have met devotees. I have met, I'm feeling a little scared, it's being recorded, but I'll nevertheless say it. I have known, or I've met, or I've heard of devotees who served a lot. Then tremendous book distribution. But after maybe 15 years or 20 years, they've actually become very offensive. They've criticized their authorities so sometimes, and it's not just one or two incidents like that. So you have done so much service. So action, service necessarily doesn't translate to love of Krishna. That is something we need to do. And actually, like I met one book distributor who was like a champion book distributor. And he has a back pain now. And he says, my authorities sent me for book distribution and, they made me work so hard and things like that. It's become very bitter. So we all can go through such experiences, pain. So we need Krishna, we need to feel Krishna's love. And love especially can be at different levels. One is speech. I love you, Krishna. And one can be a thought. You may not say it out. Sound is not only in speech. Sound can be in thought also. Thought is also sound. When we say I love you, it is Vaikari. It's sound manifesting. But sometimes we also have sound in our thought form, not just in speech. I want to love you, Krishna. We may not say it out loud, but when we're standing in front of deities, we don't actually speak it out. So we are connecting to sound, but in thought form. That is Madhyama. And then there is love without words, without sound. It's like a wave in the consciousness. It just seamlessly is part of you, and you feel love. You feel that shelter. That is Pashyanti Vag. It's very subtle. Like, this kurta is made of cotton, for example. But can you see cotton here? No. But it is made of cotton. Cotton is gross. You can see cotton. But it somehow has become part of this kurta. Similarly, that is Pashyanti Vak. When love is part of, there are devotees who are very safe, who feel a sense of belongingness with Krishna, although their life may be in a big turmoil. So we are talking about that state. That is love. We want to reach that stage. That is where the pure devotees are. And the bridge is managing our thoughts, managing and receiving Krishna's presence. Like, a devotee tells his family, I'm going to temple. So he's taking a shower, he comes out, he dresses himself and he tells his wife and children, I'm going to temple. This is speech. Now, while he was dressing up, he got a thought. Go to temple. And then that came out as words, I will go to temple. But those thoughts came from a space of feeling deep shelter. Maybe he experiences a deep connection with Krishna in the temple. He's very attached to Radha Shyam Sundar. So that attachment, that shelter, that belongingness came out as a thought. And that thought manifested as words. So therefore, we need to connect to thoughts and feelings through practice of choosing our thoughts and receiving Krishna's presence. Like, when you hear the word mother, now you are all speaking English. English is very natural for you. There is a tribal in some Indian village and he hears the word mother. For him, it's just simply sound. It means nothing. Now, for somebody who's learning English, he says, mother, I've heard this word. And then he goes to the dictionary and tries to understand, oh, mother means, he understands what is mother. But let's say when I hear the word mother, for example, I may immediately feel many emotions because my mom is 10,000 miles away. And I made a video call to her yesterday and she couldn't pick up the phone because time zones are different. So when I hear the word mother, I should have called her. Or you may feel guilt, you may feel love, you may feel a sense of, so a lot of emotions churn up in the heart. So it's the same word, but depending on where we are situated, like I remember the first time I came to the Hare Krishna temple, I heard Hare Krishna Kirtan. So Kirtan can also be at different levels. Holy name, Vaikari level is Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I remember the first time I heard this melody, I was enjoying this. It was all about, there was no thoughts. Srila Prabhupada says the meaning of the Maha Mantra is Please engage me in your service. Krishna, I love you. So my thoughts were not present with the holy name. I was just relishing. In fact, I was singing of a Bollywood song which has a similar melody. ऐ दिल मुझे बता दे तू किस पे आ गया है वो कौन है जो. I was like, oh, very nice, very nice. This kirtan is so good, Prabhu. And the devotee is also very happy that I'm appreciating his kirtan. But I'm just in my own world. And that's why, we want to keep changing the melody every few minutes. Madhav Prabhu is amazing. He can sing the same melody for 2 hours. You see? So he's maybe entered the Madhyama, Pashyanti Va. He's in the space of the holy name. So anyway, so we'll dive deep into this. How we choose our thoughts and how can we receive Krishna's presence. Okay? So I want you to chant this verse after me. This is Kapila Dev's instruction to his mother Devahuti. Madashraya kata mrishtha Shunvanti katayanti cha Tapanti vividhastapa Naitan madgata chetasam. So Kapila Dev tells his mother that those who are my pure devotees, what do? Madhashraya, they have taken complete shelter of me. You know how they enjoy Mrishtha, how they relish life? Katha, they just love to hear about me. And Shrinvanti Katayanti cha, they hear about me and they glorify me. And what happens because of this? Tapanti, vividas, tapa. They go through suffering. Like all of us, see, we all go through tap. We all go through, we are burnt. And how we are burnt? We are burnt by that, that frog is, what is that? I heard burning frog syndrome. When a frog is thrown in a cauldron filled with boiling water, it immediately jumps out. But if you keep the frog in the water and you slowly raise the temperature, and the frog doesn't realize that it is getting burnt. And by the time he realizes that I need to jump out, it's too late. He's roasted. So many of us are like that. We are in material life, we are getting burnt, but we are like, it's okay, it's nice. Try to adjust. We're getting burnt. And by the time we realize, it's too late. Tapanti, vividas, tapa, different varieties of suffering is burning us. So what Bhagavatam does, the speciality of Bhagavatam, even if you don't understand everything, just being in that space of sound and slowly investing your thoughts, you know what will happen? At the right time, you'll realize, oh, this is burning me, let me jump out. And you may say, but I have been in the movement for 25 years and still I don't feel like jumping out. I'm comfortable. Because the last line is very important. Naitan madgata chetasa. My pure devotees don't feel this burning, because they're attached to my glorifying me and hearing about me. And mainly, Chetasa is the most important word there. Chetasa means, Prabhupada translates this as thoughts. Put your thoughts. Right now, it's a tsunami. You've just come. Thoughts keep coming. I was dancing in Guru Puja. I was so happy. And then I was thinking, oh, these boys and girls do such nice kirtan. And then I remembered last night's kirtan, that Gauranga Bolite Habe, the devotee was singing. Who was that? Wow, it was amazing. Gauranga. And then I remembered how my Guru Maharaj would do. Thank you so much for that kirtan. And then I remembered how my Guru Maharaj would do, Bhajan Sandhya every Saturday from 4 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. And then he would sing this bhajan every time, sometimes twice in that Bhajan Sandhya. And then, but it's not Krishna conscious, because immediately my mind went to so many other things. I remembered other devotees and I couldn't choose my thoughts. Thoughts were happening. Then I had to come back. And Krishna, I love you. I want to be present. I was trying to receive Krishna's presence, and I was also choosing my thoughts. Not enough. It's not a struggle. It has to be slow and gently. So there are many examples. Like Bhagavatam teaches us how we can choose thoughts. You heard prayers in Bhagavatam. There are many prayers. Bhagavatam is filled with prayers, and devotees get generally bored while reading those prayers. They are like, they want to go to the story. But prayers are teaching us how to choose thoughts. So when you read Kunti's prayers, Krishna, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead. You are beyond the three modes. You are beyond the influence of time. These are words, these are prayers of Kunti. So when we read them, when we come in front of the deities, we repeat those prayers. Krishna, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When we concentrate and we invest energy into the prayers in the thought form, we touch Krishna. So one example I remember is a beautiful prayer, one of my favorite prayers from 10th canto. Nala, Kuver and Manigriv, they are bound as trees and then they are liberated by Krishna and they offer beautiful prayers. So one of these prayers is a very powerful way of choosing our thoughts. So you can repeat after me. This is a beautiful prayer. I hope this is there. Yeah, it's there on the screen. Yes. Vani gunanukatane shravano kathayam hastau cha karma sumanastava padayorna smrityam shirastava nivasa jagat praname drishti satam darshanestu bhavat tanunam. So here, what is happening? Nala, Kuver and Manigriv have been liberated and they are saying, Krishna, please, please help. So they want blessings from Krishna. You know what are they saying? Vani gunanukata. Let us always sing your glories. Let us speak about you. And Shavano kathayam. Let us hear about you. Hastau cha karmasu. Let me always engage my hands in serving you. Manastava padayorna. Let my mind always be remembering your lotus feet. Smrityam shirastav. Let me always remember to offer dandavat pranam. Drishti satam. Let me always see devotees. Let me always get association of devotees. So this is the way they are praying. So when we read these prayers and we come in front of deities, we offer the same prayers in our thoughts. In fact, see, when Vaishnava Acharyas, they are deep into these prayers, like they meditate, they invest so much energy into these thoughts, so they give beautiful purports. I was fascinated when I read Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur's purport to this. He says, why is Nala, Kuver and Manigriv saying, Krishna, please let us glorify first. See, they are saying, let us glorify you and then we want to hear you also. So Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says, generally devotees want to hear. They don't want to speak first. Why are they wanting to speak first? Now, because of his meditation and absorption in Krishna, he says, because they are feeling very ashamed that they were, you know the story of Nala, Kuver and Manigriv, they were cursed by Narad Muni, all that story. So they are like feeling ashamed that we were very sinful, we were shameless, and now we've been cursed for so long. Now that we've been liberated, now when we go for Krishna Katha Satsang, we may not be allowed because we are so bad. But when we glorify you, people will know that, oh, we are sincere, we glorify Krishna, for then they'll allow us to come for the program and they'll allow us to hear your Katha. This is the beautiful way of bringing out rasa, bringing out mellow in these prayers. These things, these auspicious things happen when we invest thoughts, when we connect to these prayers. So this is one way. Choosing thoughts is one. But as we are choosing thoughts, the Bhagavatam also teaches us, let us receive Krishna's presence, which means just be present. Like for example, the temple darshan. Just be present. Allow the kirtan to influence you. Allow the fragrance of the Maha flowers to enter your nostrils. Allow Krishna Prasad, relish it. Be present. And that is also beautifully explained in the third canto. This is a nice verse. You can please repeat after me. Yeah, this is... So Kapila Devi is teaching how we should meditate on Krishna. Sa chintayet bhagavatas charanaravindam vajrankushadvaja saroru alanchanadhyam. Uttunga Rakta Vilasam Naka Chakravala Josna Birahatamahad Hridayandakaram. So here Kapila Dev is saying, okay, this is how we receive Krishna's presence. So when you see Krishna's deity form, and many times we are alone also. So when we take darshan of the deity, we receive Krishna's deity form through our eyes, we take that in. And when we are alone, you could always close your eyes and meditate on Krishna's lotus feet. You know, the reddish hue, pinkish hue on the lotus feet and the nails. So he's giving detailed description of what we could do. Sa chintayet bhagavata sharanara vindam. And the soles of Krishna's feet have different signs. Vajra, thunderbolt, ankusha, elephant goad, dwaja, flag, sarorva, lotus flower. And then you see the soles are red. Reddish. Uttunga rakta vilasam naka chakravala. The nails are described. Can you imagine nails? Kapila Dev describes Krishna's smile, Krishna's laughter, and when Krishna laughs, what happens to the teeth? There are so many details, and the eyebrows. There are so many ways we can meditate on Krishna. And then he says, when we meditate on the nails and the toenails, they are sparkling. Josna birahadamhad. So that's like a dazzling light is coming from those toenails, and then that will remove Hridayandakaram. There is darkness in the heart. That darkness will go away by the light coming from this beautiful form of Krishna. So when we meditate on this, that is receiving Krishna's presence. And when we offer prayers, that is thoughts. Okay, you know, how does this work? I'll just share. You know, like in this world, externally, when you communicate, how do you communicate? You speak and you listen. That's the way we communicate. You can't only be speaking, right? Or you can't only be listening. You also want to speak. Speaking and listening. So that is the external world. So in our inner world, in our relationship with Paramatma, Krishna in the heart, how do we communicate? Choose thoughts. And how do we listen? When we receive Krishna's presence. In the outer world, we talk and we listen. And Paramatma is not people think Paramatma is a witness. You heard this? Paramatma is observing everything. So we sometimes get a feeling that the super soul is somebody who is just stoic. No, he is not quiet witness. He is a silent lover. He loves you. He wants to connect with us. He is waiting. The Shvetashatra Upanishad, Mundaka Upanishad, they explain so beautifully. Samane vrikshe purusho nimagno. So then in the branch of the tree, there are two birds. So one bird is Krishna, one is the living entity, and Krishna is waiting. When will we turn to him? So on our right is Radha Shyam Sundar waiting for us. But on our left is a giant mind, a conglomerate of Manas, Buddhi, Ahankar, Chitta, who I call this entity as Chanchal. So huge, giant, 10 foot tall, who's always screaming. He has horns coming out. And I'm like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And the worst part is, this entity cannot even touch me, cannot do any harm. But I'm like his slave. I follow everything he says. And Krishna is waiting. When will I turn my neck? Oh. And I need to say, Krishna, I love you. But even when I'm praying to Krishna, it's not my voice. It's the mind. I need to tell Krishna, I love you in my voice. And that happens when I choose my thoughts. When I say, shut up. I tell Chanchal, shh. Krishna, I love you. That's thoughts. And then receive Krishna's presence, his voice, listen to his voice. Now I started a journal inspired by Venkat Bhatt Prabhu, New Jersey. How did Krishna show up today? So every night before sleeping, it takes me 2 minutes to write. Sometimes there are 7 or 8 entries. Sometimes there is nothing. I just need to be present. What happened today? How did Krishna show up today? It's such a beautiful experience. Initially, I remember it was a drag. I couldn't write anything. Sorry. And then small things I started seeing. And sometimes amazing, miraculous things also. You know, we don't have to have miraculous experiences. We can see Krishna even in small things. And I was chanting this verse. I remembered this point because I was in Dallas last week, just a few days ago. I went to one of my very old friends from Mumbai. I went to his house. So when I was leaving, I told them spontaneously, "You are so lucky. You have got shelter of Radha Kalachandji. And Kalachandji is so beautiful." I always remember 2 verses when I'm in front of Kalachandji. One is Rupa Goswami's verse where he says, Smera, what is that? Smeram Bangitraya Parichitam, that Krishna, don't go to the bank of Yamuna. There is this boy on the Keshi Ghat. If you go there, you will forget all that, that verse. So I chanted that, and I forgot to mention the second verse, which I always chant. I said, these 2 verses I love, and then I was leaving. So that Mataji said, Prabhu, what is the second verse? And then I remembered. Then I said this verse, and I described this verse in great detail. And I said, and as I was describing this, I explained how Krishna's toenails, they are all sparkling, and there is tulsi, there are 3 tulsis on Krishna's soles, and then there is this blue pearl jewelry that is put on his, just above the nails. And I mentioned a few things, and I saw the Mataji was at tears in her eyes. I didn't want to probe her, I didn't want to say anything, I just kept quiet. And then she just said, Prabhu, just see what is there in your hand. They had given me a gift as I was leaving. So I opened the gift that contained exactly the same things which I was describing. So that night in my journal, I wrote that Krishna, Radha Kalachandji is reciprocated. It may be a coincidence, it may be anything. But I'm just saying Krishna shows up in different ways. So that goes as it's a small thing, but it's very important for me. So when we choose our thoughts and when we receive Krishna, and whenever I have not done this, I miss Krishna. All the time I miss Krishna. And when I choose my thoughts and I receive Krishna's presence, I can see Krishna even in ordinary things. And when I don't choose my thoughts and don't receive Krishna's presence, even in greatest miracles, I miss Krishna. Like I remember, I was in the temple hall praying in front of the deities for almost 10 minutes, and then I was leaving. And when I was leaving, one Mataji came to me. He said, Prabhuji, thank you so much. Your mom is so wonderful. I met her and I was talking to her now and she's so good. I said, really? But my mom is in Bengaluru. I spoke to her last night on a video call. There's no way she can come to Mumbai so soon. No, I just saw her down. And she's so amazing. I thought maybe some miracle has happened, Krishna. I said, no, but she can't be here. And then we spoke a little longer, and then I realized she was talking about Gaur Gopal Prabhu's mom. So I said, she's not my mother, she's Gaur Gopal Prabhu's mother. And then she realized, and then, okay. And then she left. It was an ordinary incident. But suddenly something happened to me. I rushed back to Temple Hall because I had spent 10 minutes in front of the deities. And I have these 2 letters which my father had written to me when I joined. And I have the photograph of my parents which I always carry with me. So I generally offer prayers to my parents also. But that day I had not offered any prayer for my mom. So when she said that, I got an inspiration. I came back to Temple Hall, spent another 5 minutes in front of the deities, sang some bhajans, offered a prayer for my mom, and I went back to my room. So that night, when I had to write, how did Krishna show up today? Just 2 lines that Krishna sent this Mataji to remind me that I should pray for my mom. It may not have been exactly like that, but it helps because it helps me see Krishna's hand in my life because I'm choosing my thoughts consciously and I'm also receiving Krishna's presence. And sometimes big miracles happen. Like we are 3 brahmachari friends, very close friends, and they missed this completely. And I got to see something because 2 days before that, I was constantly doing this exercise. But I don't do it all the time. That's why I miss Krishna also. But I'm not sharing my failure stories. I'm sharing my success stories so that you are also inspired to do this. I've got a lot of nasty things in my heart, which I'll spare you. I will not tell you that. But so one day what happened, our temple president, Radha Gopinath Prabhu, gave a Ram Navami class. Fantastic class, glorifying Hanuman, Sundarkand. And that class got over at 10:30 in the night. And we all came to our rooms at 11 in the night, 11:15, and we got to take rest. And morning 4:30, generally we all are in temple hall for japa. But that day, Radha Gopinath Prabhu kept his room open and he was taking his medicines. I was doing something and Gaur Gopal Prabhu's room was open and a lot of fruits kept in the pantry. And we are on the 3rd floor and above us is the terrace. And I was shocked. I saw a giant monkey, this big, come down the stairs and walk royally. And I was like, monkey! And Baldev Prabhu. There are many witnesses to this. And I picked up my chappals instantly. Monkey, I wanted to attack the monkey. And the monkey looks at me as if, you can't threaten me. He just walks straight and he could have gone anywhere. He could have done his monkey business royally. A lot of fruits kept in the pantry. Everybody's room was open. He could have gone wild. But he walks with giant strides. And he stops right outside Radha Gopinath Prabhu's room. And he looks at him and waves. Sometimes I get carried away and I say he gave a thumbs up sign. But he didn't do that. He waved his hand. And Radha Gopinath was looking at the monkey. I'm looking at the monkey. And then the monkey could have gone ahead. But you know what he did? He turned back. And when he turned back, he looks at me with my chappal. I'm ready to attack the monkey. And at that moment I realized something is amiss here. Why is the monkey turned back? And then he looks at me, walks to me. He hits me on my calf muscles like, as if, chill, man, relax. What are you worried? And then he climbs up the stairs and disappears. And then I run to Radha Gopinath, Prabhu, Hanumanji just came because he glorified Ram. Because Ramayana says wherever Ram is glorified, Hanumanji comes. So he said, Hanumanji came to thank you for amazing class yesterday. He said, shut up. It's not Hanumanji. It's not Hanumanji. It is a monkey from the governor's bungalow. And then you know how Krishna gave me the intelligence? I rattled off 15 logical points. I had not planned this. It just came out of my mouth. I said, I logically proved to him that it is not a monkey from the governor's bungalow, but it is Hanumanji. And the first argument I said, Prabhu, you are here in this ashram since 1988. That's how many years? 36 years. How many times have you seen a monkey from the governor's bungalow? He said, never. And the terrace is completely covered with a net. No bird or insects can come, but no bird or animal can come inside. How did this monkey come? Third, why did he come after your class? And I assure you, he'll never come again. And he'll never come again after that. And then fourth, why did he stop right outside your room? Like that I gave many reasons. And at the end he's like, yeah. And all the other brahmacharis like, yeah, it's Hanumanji. And they said, but we never realized. We just thought a monkey has come and gone. And how did I realize it? I'm just saying that because I was in that space, Krishna gave me the intelligence. And I'm like, wow. And then I said, I have to tell this to my Guru Maharaj. So a week later, my Guru Maharaj came to Mumbai. I said, Maharaj, Hanumanji came. And he knew my mischievous intention because he knows that if once he approves it, I wanted him to say, yes, it was Hanumanji. But that I can go and broadcast it all over the world that my Guru Maharaj said it was Hanuman. Maharaj is very smart. My Guru Maharaj is very smart. He heard me say with excitement. So I said, Maharaj, a giant monkey came. Maharaj said, really? I am coming here since 1983. And I've never seen a monkey in this campus. It's amazing. I said, so Maharaj, he speaks, he glorifies Hanumanji. And just 3 hours later, Hanumanji, giant monkey comes. So that is Hanumanji, right? Maharaj is saying, Radha Gopinath Prabhu is a sadhu. He's so wonderful. Maharaj kept appreciating him and appreciating my observation, but he never said. That is, I kept asking him. So then in the end, I realized Maharaj is smarter than me. I can't get it out of his mouth. So I was leaving the room. So as I was leaving, I said, so Maharaj, can I believe that it was Hanumanji? Maharaj looks at me and says, put fire on his tail, you will know. Hanuman burned Lanka because his tail was put on fire by Ravana. So Maharaj laughed. He put fire on his tail, you will know whether he was Hanuman. So then now let us say this is not Hanumanji. It's a coincidence. But look at what happened to me. And I love to read Ramayana anyways. Now when I read Ramayana, I just feel Hanumanji is there, That day Hanumanji may not have come, but my consciousness improved. I love to read Ramayana anyways. And then we have Hanuman deity in the temple hall. And when I offer Dandavats in temple, I look at Hanumanji. Every time I go now, I look at Hanumanji and like, I'm here. I'm conscious. And Radha Gopinath Prabhu and myself, we have strong differences of opinion when it comes to temple council meetings. So we are in the same council. And we have altercations. And he's my neighbor. And sometimes I get really angry with him because I feel this is illogical. What is? I say, Prabhu. And then, no, don't get angry with him. Hanumanji will come. Hanumanji is upset. He is dear to Hanumanji. So you look at devotees differently. I got carried away by this story, but yeah. Krishna can show in such big miracles or even small things. Have you ever experienced something like this? Okay, I was traveling in the train recently and I was chanting and I felt sleepy. I kept the bead bag on the table in front of me and I dozed off. And then my station came. I didn't pick up the bead bag. I just got off the train and suddenly I remembered. I ran back, picked up my bead bag and then I got off the train. Not a great incident. It's a normal incident. Anybody experience something like this? You suddenly remember, right? So how did Krishna appear to you that day? Krishna is next to us. What does the Bhagavad Gita say? 15.15. Sarvasya chaham hridhi sannivishto matta smritir jnanam apohanam cha. Krishna is there. When you're traveling, you can fancy this, that Krishna is next to me. Krishna is sitting next to me. And when I was getting off the train, what did Krishna do? This is what you tell your friend, Prabhu, you forgot your bead bag? Isn't this what you will say? Krishna, Prabhu, not Prabhu, Krishna would say, rascal, you forgot your... Krishna would say, you rascal, you forgot your bead bag. Oh, yes. So that day, how did Krishna appear today? He reminded me of my bead bag. So Krishna is always advising us. Krishna is arranging things for us. Krishna is allowing us to do some things. So like this, we can offer prayers to Krishna. Choose our thoughts. This is very important. I don't know if you have experienced this. You're standing in front of DT. When I stand in front of DT, recently I was praying in front of the DTs in our temple, Radha Gopinath temple. See, when we are standing in front of DT, like right now I'm talking. So I'm more conscious of the words that are coming out of my mouth. But when you're not speaking and you're simply offering thoughts, the mind can go wild. So therefore it's important that we choose thoughts. So I was standing in front of the DTs and praying for Sashank and Swati. They're going through a divorce. I've changed the names, obviously. So I was saying, Radha Gopinath, please help Sashank and Swati. They're such a nice couple, but please help them resolve their differences. This is what I meant to pray. This is what I was hoping to pray when I was standing in front of the deities. But what happened? As soon as I began, Chanchal. Oh, it is Swati's fault. She's a stupid girl. She doesn't understand what she's got. And I'm like, I'm nowhere there. It's the mind, intelligence, ego on a rampage. It's Swati's fault. She's a stupid girl. And then, oh, she's exactly like that girl. Mind is remembering another couple in Birmingham. They are also going through a divorce. Oh, and then that girl also is exactly like Swati. Both are stupid. That girl in Birmingham, she looks exactly like your sister-in-law. Wife of Vasudev, and she died in a motorbike accident 1996. Look at how where the mind goes, past, present, future, time zones. Look at how mind travels. 1996, and she died in that motorbike accident, and nothing happened to her son. She was wearing a helmet. These bus drivers are crazy. They come and bang your bike, and we should do something against them. And this accident was exactly like that accident you saw outside the Mumbai High Court, where a bus smashed an auto rickshaw. And remember that you saw a few years ago? Yeah, talking about High Court. Remember that man you saw running with the dragger soaked in blood? It was straight out of a movie. And truth is indeed stranger than fiction. And that movie where you saw that hero running with the dragger soaked in blood and the villain had a gun. But he was so scared of the hero that he dropped his gun and he ran. Wow, what a movie that was. Remember we saw that movie with Vikas, Siddharth, Paresh. Vikas is in Canada. I'm supposed to go to Canada. Last 5 years I have not been going. And Vikas, he's in Dubai. And Siddharth, he's in Birmingham. Oh, talking about Birmingham. Oh, they're going through a divorce. Oh, Swati is going through a divorce. Krishna, please help them. So the mind has has journeyed the whole world. And then for 1 second, see, we are either in past, future, everywhere. In the present, we are only there for one second. That's it. That's how we are completely under the control of the mind. That's our unfortunate situation. Therefore, Bhagavatam teaches us, choose your thoughts. In fact, Bhishma is dying, he's leaving his body. The first canto, 9th chapter, the last, the final prayers he offers. Iti matir upakal pita vitrishna bhagavati satvata pungavo vibhumni swasukam upagate kvachid vihartum prakritim upeyushi yadbhava pravaha. The first prayer, iti matir upakalpita, let me choose my thoughts. Let me connect with you. And then after this, after choosing thoughts, he is receiving Krishna's presence. He's just present in Krishna's beauty. He starts remembering the finer details of Krishna's beauty, things which we will always ignore. Like he starts by saying, when he's receiving Krishna's beauty, he remembers Tribhuvana Kamanam Tamalavarnam Ravikara Gauravarambaram Dadane Vapur Alakakula Vrutananabjam Vijaya Sakeratirastu me Anavadhya. So he's saying he's the most beautiful personality in the three creation, in the planetary systems. Tamala Varnam. So he first starts describing his complexion, like the tamal tree, darkish monsoon cloud. And he has got dress which is dazzling like sunlight. Ravikara Gaura Varambaram Dadane. But now comes the most beautiful part. He says, Krishna Vapur Alakakula Vritananabjam. His face is like a lotus flower and it has got sandalwood pulp decorated with that. And he is the chariot driver of Arjuna. Ratir astume anavadya. Let my thoughts be only on this. Let me receive this beauty of Krishna in my heart. And then he goes deeper into Krishna's beauty. You know what he describes is something which I never would have imagined unless you read these prayers of Acharyas. He says, as Krishna is driving the chariot, his beauty gets enhanced. How? Yudituragarajo vidhumra vishvak Kachalulita Shamavari Alankrita se Mama Nishita Sharir Vibhidyamana Tvachivilasat Kavachestu Krishna Atma. He says Krishna is driving the chariot and the horses, the chariot wheels are raising the dust and his hair is getting scattered and he's perspiring, so the perspiration drops are like pearls. And then he's saying the dust, because his hair is falling in front of his face and it's covering his face which is covered with dust, and his beauty has become more because of the dust of the battlefield on his face. Generally we think we become less beautiful when there is dust or we want to wash our face, but Krishna's beauty gets enhanced by the dust. And not only that, Mama Nishita Sharir, I am shooting arrows at Krishna and his body is bleeding, and it is such a beautiful sight. Srila Prabhupada writes there, quoting Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, that we should not be bewildered by, how can Bhishma shoot arrow at him? Prabhupada says they have a very loving rasa. That's a very sweet relationship. Prabhupada says it is like a love bites of a lover. So, and then Prabhupada says Bhishma shooting arrows at Krishna is just like a lover throwing rose petals at a beloved. So he gives. So like this, you see the kind of description given of Krishna's beauty. Can you imagine the dust on Krishna's face? There are so many verses which glorify this. The dust of Vrindavan on Krishna's face. In the Gopi Geet, the Ras Leela section, the gopis are saying, Dina parikshaye Neela kunthaler Panaruhananam Bibradavritam Ghanarajasvalam Darshayan muhur manasina smaran veera yachasi. Krishna, you're coming back from the forest of Vrindavan, and you are coming back, and all the dust of the Vrindavan forest is on your face, and when we see that, Cupid's arrows enter our heart. Oh hero, we are more attracted to you now, like that. Even Lord Ram is glorified. Aganita guna gana bhushita Rama avanita naya kamita Rama rakha chandra samanana Rama pitrvakya shrita kanana Rama 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 Jaya Raja Ram Rama Rama Jaya Sita Ram. So how Lord Ram's qualities, and one of them is Raka Chandra is fighting the battle with Ravana, and the dust from the battlefield has covered his face and has become more beautiful. There are so many beautiful ways we can remember Krishna. This is the way we receive Krishna's presence. So therefore, let us focus on these aspects. I want to end with this very, very important point. Choosing our thoughts and receiving Krishna's presence is based on scriptures, Bhagavatam. Otherwise, our intelligence, our thoughts can destroy us. Yesterday we were doing the journaling workshop. I forgot to mention this very important point. Sometimes we think journaling can solve my problems. Journaling is great. People get very excited when they start getting benefits. I always give a disclaimer. I forgot yesterday that journaling will not help you unless we have scriptures, Bhagavatam. Because Bhagavatam is higher intelligence. See, our intelligence is supposed to help us, but our intelligence unfortunately is a servant, is a lawyer for the mind. Whatever the mind desires, intelligence justifies. In fact, one of the most infamous journal writers in history, Adolf Hitler. He wrote journals. And he's written some 8 books, all the result of his daily journals. So journaling without Krishna's presence in our life can make us Hitler, potentially. We need higher intelligence. We can't trust our own intelligence, So therefore, let us come to Krishna with our thoughts and let us receive his presence. I want to end with this one pastime of Srila Prabhupada. Once Srila Prabhupada challenges devotees, how can you know Krishna is God? And one devotee said, Prabhupada, because Bhagavad Gita says. Srila Prabhupada said, Bhagavad Gita is a book. Another devotee said, Prabhupada, because you are saying. But I'm an old man, I can say anything. So different devotees get different arguments, and Prabhupada dismissed all of it. And another devotee said, Prabhupada, because when I chant, I feel it. Prabhupada said, yes. If we have scriptures in our lives, we have acharyas, we have devotees, loving association, and then we choose our thoughts and receive Krishna's presence, we will feel loved by Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. I'll pause here. Hare Krishna. Any comments, corrections, questions? Yes. I'll repeat your question here.
Question kind of like choosing and kind of how we can redirect itself. I find that I personally struggle a lot, especially during japa, to kind of redirect my thoughts. Like when it's very quiet, and I know that's like the mood that's supposed to be. It's harder to like keep your mentality and your mind focused on the holy name. And maybe it's like the ADHD kind of kicks in, and you're like thinking of everything else that like that you have like your to-do list, everything under the
all the most important things crop up during
suddenly pop up during japa. Yeah. Is there any advice that you'd say is like the best way to kind of like choose to say I love you, Krishna, while you're doing japa?
Yeah. See, mind wandering. First of all, please be clear that if your mind wanders during japa, don't beat yourself up. Have a sportsman-like attitude. Anybody played sports here, like tennis or badminton? Yeah. So what happens when you are trailing in a game? Like if you're losing in a tennis match, love 5. Your opponent is 5 and you're 0. And he's serving. Do you like, okay, I'm anyway going to lose? Is that your mood? Or, okay, let me win this point. This is mine. Right? Isn't that the mood? So, okay, your mind is wandering all the time. It's okay. In fact, there is a workshop, not during japa, but mind wandering is not bad per se. Mind wandering helps in creativity. Distracted mind is dangerous. So mind wandering during japa is not good. It's wandering. But if it's wandering, that's the default condition in the material life. Don't beat yourself because your mind is wandering. Anybody who experiences mind wandering during japa? Congratulations, you are normal. If you had told me, Prabhu, my mind just doesn't wander at all, doesn't think of other important things, then I would have said, you are a pure devotee, or you need to see a psychiatrist. It's okay, mind wanders. But you know what is the problem? The problem is not mind wandering. The problem is when we realize during japa that my mind is wandering. Have you ever realized that your mind is wandering during japa? What do you do that time? That time, the chanchal says, it's okay, you're useless, anyway you can't do it. You chanted 8 rounds bad. What can you do now? It's okay, indulge, check your WhatsApp. And you are like, yeah, and you continue obeying chanchal. If that moment when you realize your mind is wandering and you choose thoughts, you choose your thoughts to come back and receive Krishna's presence, you have chanted Namabhas. You have chanted a holy name which is free of offenses. So this is the first most important thing in chanting. You know, what is that last thing we say? It is also an offense to be inattentive while chanting. And then we say, you know, what is the 10th offense? To maintain material attachments. Even after hearing so many instructions. It doesn't say to have material attachments. To maintain means to have, it's natural there, but you're trying to clear the heart. So that's okay if the mind is wandering. That's first. But when you remember the mind is wandering, come back. So I also get the best ideas during chanting. So I say, Krishna, I'm sorry, I love you. This is not what I want. Because, you know, for you, a problem could be different. For me as a preacher, so constantly we are looking at everything as a currency to trade in a class. So it's very bad. Therefore, so we may miss Krishna all by just thinking of preaching, lectures. So therefore, we all have challenges. So it's okay if your mind wanders, but come back. Gently. It's very important, gently. Because if you shout and criticize and condemn yourself, that's again Chanchal speaking. See, the mind is expert. Mind can come through the back door. Mind can come disguised as your well-wisher. So we need to be gentle, aware, relax. Is that okay? Yes, Prabhu. Okay, I'll take him and then Drashti. Yes.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Prabhu, for this wonderful class. I think I heard this lecture 3rd times in 1 month, same topic. And I think I'm getting a little bit understanding. I don't need all volumes to it.
I'll repeat your question. You can speak loudly without the microphone. Yeah. Or keep the mic far. Far. Mic far. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to understand if I understand your today topic so that it helped me. So you said that sound from outside, and then you said thoughts in the form of sound, and then third you said the love when there is no form within inside. And you gave example about a devotee, he feel love and he feels sheltered at temple, and he wanted to go to temple, and then automatically it comes to the next level in the first form that he get a thought that I want to go to temple, subtle in the mind. And then automatically it manifests outside in the word, I love Krishna. I want to go to temple. So the starting point is that first the devotee feels sheltered, that love within, and then it will transform in thought and then transform into sound.
You are saying what is starting? Which comes first, chicken or the egg? You are asking which comes first?
So I'm just trying to connect all the thoughts.
Don't think too much. I'm not putting technical stuff. Don't. It's not. It's a chicken and egg philosophy. So which came first? We can't get it.
So that's why my thing is like it can be either way.
Yeah,
so it can be like it's a circle, right?
Circle. Yeah. See, thoughts lead to feelings. Feelings leads to thoughts.
Thoughts.
It's a cycle. Like after this air crash, that happened, Air India air crash. See, I was very comfortable traveling, but after the Air India crash, I've taken around 15 flights since then. Every time the plane takes off and lands, I'm chanting and I'm fearful. And I see how see, when I'm journaling, I can see this. But at that moment, fear, and then the fear thought, oh, what if this plane crashes? And then those thoughts lead to feelings. And those feelings lead to more fearful thoughts. So our feelings come from thoughts. But we can begin with thoughts. We have no control over feelings maybe, but at least we can choose our thoughts. See, the pilot announces, ladies and gentlemen, the plane is going to crash, but don't worry, we have parachutes for everyone. If a pilot announces like this, what do you think will happen to all the passengers? Will everybody feel the same? No. Some will become fearful, some will be excited because they may want to jump off from they want to experience parachute. So, same situation, we all feel differently because of the thoughts. Anybody traveled in the Indian trains? Long distance trains. So, one day what happened? We were traveling from Mumbai to Mayapur by train. And I was in charge of the Brahmachari 2 buses. We were going for Yatra and I came in the first bus. And we had small phones then. We didn't have smartphones. But I realized when we came to the train that the tickets are with the devotees in the other bus. The tickets are printout we had to carry. And their bus got stuck in traffic and the train is about to leave. And I'm panicking. I'm trying to organize the whole thing. And my assistant who was helping me in this, and he's very peaceful. I'm like, I'm in anxiety. How can you be? He said, relax, Prabhu. If they miss, it's okay. We'll pull there is a chain in the train. You pull it and the train stops. And that's illegal. Like if you pull the chain without a legitimate cause, and then you can be fined and you can be put in jail and all of that. So then these devotees were not coming. And I was in anxiety. And he said, Prabhu, don't relax. No problem. We'll pull the chain. And then when the devotees didn't come, the train started. He went to some bathroom in the train and pulled the chain. And the train stopped. So that gave us some buffer time. So we waited. So after 5 minutes, again the train started. Again, after a few minutes, he pulled the chain. He went to another bathroom. So I think after 20 minutes, finally, the devotees came and they entered and everything was okay. And I was relieved. And the train started 30 minutes late. And then when we were all peaceful, I confronted him. I said, you rascal. I was in so much anxiety and you were so cool. Are you kind of shameless or, you are like, how can you be like this? I want to be like you. Same situation. I was in anxiety. He was peaceful because his thoughts were different. He said, Prabhu, since a child, since I was 5 years old, I always would fantasize pulling the chain of these trains. But I never got a chance. And today was a golden opportunity because I could do this in service of Vaishnavas. And I did it 5 times. Now all my desires are fulfilled. So you see, our thoughts lead to feelings. But we don't know what kind of feelings come. So we choose our thoughts. So now what I do in the plane when I travel, I pick my bead bag, ask the Krishna, I love you, please let me remember you. Like that. I try to choose thought. But again, my mind wanders. It's okay. Come back. Choose your thoughts. And accordingly, eventually, we'll have the right kind of feelings.
Example of Rukmini ji when she heard from Narad Muni, and then she had the thoughts, and then she penned down the thoughts into actions.
Yes.
So that's why I think, so the receiving the Krishna mercies or presence through the devotees is the first thing when you feel startled, and then thoughts come, then actions.
Yes.
But sometimes it's also, even if they're not there, we start doing the action, then the thoughts come, and then things.
Yes.
So it's a...
Action is important.
In
fact, when I'm beset by overthinking, what I do is, I just put on my shoe and go for a fast walk. It just punctures overthinking. Anybody affected by overthinking, this is the best solution. Put on your shoes, run, action, or do some seva. Service is the best antidote. Action. Okay?
Hare Krishna.
Achha, when do I stop? Prabhu, who is in charge of the time? Please let me know. Let me know when is the last question. Okay? Yes. Yes, Darshan.
Hare Krishna Prabhu. Thank you so much for your class. Just on going back to the point of thought trails, like you were explaining, kind of just answered it now, but for people who struggle with overthinking or even anxiety, personally, when I overthink, I kind of shut down. Like I don't have it in me to, you know, run around or do something or just get that energy out of my system. I kind of just like stop functioning completely, and the thoughts like continue. Like you know, you said like Chanchal's always there. It's just it keeps going. And if I, you know, try and do some form of journaling, one of the forms you have previously mentioned before is free writing. So you just write whatever comes to mind. Sometimes even seeing that feels like overwhelming. Like, why am I thinking like this? Or like, what is this kind of trail? What's the best way to deal with that kind of nervous system?
If prayers is not helping, if action service is not helping, if journaling is not helping, then I have Brahmastra. An extremely powerful weapon which will never fail you, and this is given by Sanatana Goswami in Hari Bhakti Vilas. In fact, he suggests that we do this before chanting, before deity worship, and that is pranayam. Okay, now pranayam may be technical and may not want to follow the yoga school and become Mayavadi and all of that. Okay, forget pranayam, just breathe. So what I do is, every day I take breathing breaks. So what I mean by that is, just sit comfortably, not stick. Just comfortably sit and just inhale to the count of 4, hold your breath to the count of 4 and exhale to the count of 4. Something like this. It's not, it's seamless. Just, and when you're doing that, just listen. You can't listen to the holy name. At least listen to your breath, the sound of the inhaling and exhaling breath. It is very soft. When your mind goes to the breath, the sound of the breath, you will see the clutter getting what? It's like getting flushed out. It's like going to the washroom and flushing your stuff out. It all goes out. And then a 2-minute break or 3-minute breathing break. You come out, when you open your eyes, you are like, you're fresh. And sometimes I also get a power nap. Sometimes I'll end up sleeping for maybe 7-8 minutes. But then when I wake up, I'm fresh. Yesterday I took 7 breathing breaks. Yesterday was a crazy day. I was very busy, but still I managed 7 breathing breaks. Today I have done it thrice. I've taken 3 breathing breaks. I keep a track just so that I remind myself that I need to slow down, because the mind runs very fast. I'm not able to choose my thoughts. I'm not able to come back to Krishna. Of course, Krishna is the doer. Krishna will help, but we need to show our sincerity to Krishna. So I'm not a breathing expert, but I have, what do you say? I'm from the school of hard knocks. Struggling, failing, fighting with devotees, going through all the mess. Now I have discovered, I call it as in India we have a very famous political party, BJP. So I call it as BJP method of maintaining sanity: breathing, journaling and praying. The BJP is for me. So I do, every day I see that these 3 is my SOS. I need to breathe, I need to journal, and I need to pray. So if this doesn't work, I journal. If the journal doesn't work, then breathing always works. Because what happens? The worst thing that will happen is you fall asleep. Your body maybe needs that. And then you wake up fresh. Hare Krishna. Is that okay? Yes, Siddharth. I'll take one last question. Siddharth, yes.
Hare Krishna Prabhu. My question is more about thoughts and how whenever I'm in a difficult situation which I necessarily cannot control, what ends up happening is sometimes in the spur of the moment, like initially I end up not blaming Krishna, but like asking like, Krishna, why you did this to me? Krishna, why did you make this happen? Like that. But just like how a mother like criticizes the child but then ends up going back and being like apologize, or buddying up or like apologizing, I end up feeling bad like later and like rethinking about that moment. I was like, why did I think like that? But I'm trying to work on like getting rid of that initial thought thoughts of blaming or like asking those types of questions in the initial spur of the moment. So any advice on how I can work on that?
If I understand you rightly, when you fail, you condemn yourself more. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's why, like, yeah, ends up happening. Like, it's just like a cycle.
Yeah, this is one of the problems devotees have. We feel inadequate, and when we fail, we feel worse. But Srila Prabhupada gave us a lot of hope. He said, failing is not a problem. If you don't come back to Krishna, that is a problem. So you can go through this lecture series of Prabhupada if you get time. This is December 1974. Srila Prabhupada gave a series of lectures on Ajamil section in Bombay. And what I found most fascinating in that series is that Srila Prabhupada says a devotee's business is to capture Krishna. And I was like, wow, capture Krishna. He says we should capture Krishna like Mother Yashoda. I was like, wow, this is too high for me. And Prabhupada knows our limitations. So he says, if you can't capture Krishna, choose Krishna. So when we are faced with choices, Maya and Krishna, at least we can choose Krishna. You are saying, what if I don't choose Krishna? I fail to choose Krishna. In the spur of the moment, I make a mistake. Fine. If you can't choose Krishna, no problem. At least Prabhupada says in one of the lectures, one of those that series, come back to Krishna. Krishna, yesterday I made a big blunder. Krishna, I'm sorry. But I come back to you now. I'm yours. And then, anticipating a question which we may have, but how do I come back? Because how questions are very common in ISKCON. But anything you say, there will be a how. How? So Prabhupada scoffs at the idea that, we can't come back to Krishna. We can't remember Krishna at all. He says, you can always remember Krishna. Our women in India. So he starts speaking about the women in India. He says, they are busy the whole day. But however busy they are, they see to it that their hair is in proper order. And then Prabhupada elaborates on the women in India. He says, so they are carrying water, they are taking care of children, but that bunch of hair, they see that it is pakka. So Srila Prabhupada compares taking care of the hair to remembering Krishna. He says, you may be busy, you may be doing a lot of things, but see that you come back to Krishna. And Prabhu, this is very, very important. The feeling of inadequacy, that I'm bad, I'm not good, and, I failed. That's good if it helps you to come closer to Krishna. But if it is taking you further away from Krishna, then please meditate that even if you are the most fallen, Krishna is waiting for you to turn to Him once. One of the problems devotees have is we think I have to become a pure devotee to be accepted by Krishna. No. What Chaitanya Charan Prabhu says, at your place, at your pace, to Krishna's space and attract grace, something like that. Where we are right now, we can come to Krishna. You don't have to become a pure devotee to come to Krishna. See, the problem is in this external world, we have to offer everything good for Krishna. Like these chandeliers have to be good. The temple hall has to be clean, right? Like when you're cooking, anybody you're cooking for deities, do you just cook anything, put any masala? No, you're like, not only the cooking, even the coriander leaves you put on top, the way you dress the dish, it has to be pakka, right? So in the external world, you dress nicely, you offer the best things to Krishna. So we think in our inner world also, I have to be pakka to offer Krishna. Yes, we have to become pakka because we want to become pure. Prabhupada wanted us to become Goswamis, right? But still, right now, there is nothing that is stopping us from offering what we have to Krishna. You may have a wilted flower. That's not the best thing to offer Krishna. But if you say, Krishna, this is what I have, Krishna will accept it. We went to Sri Lanka. I'll end with this story. Sri Lanka, Yatra, we went to Hanuman temples there. So we were a group of 50 devotees in a bus, and Govind Prabhu and myself were the brahmacharis that time. And as we were going up the hill, one young Sri Lankan boy, with a lot of flower bags, He was standing in the middle of the road, waving at us. And we just bypassed him because we were getting late. We went up. And then again the bus was going up. This boy climbed the hill and was again there at the road. Again waving. And I saw him the second time. I thought, wow, this boy is really enthusiastic. And I thought I was the only one who was watching him. And then the bus turned again. After 5 minutes, again we were on top. And again this boy was there. With his waving the bags and waving at us, smiling. Because he wanted us to buy his flowers. And after that, I think the fourth time, I was shocked. Everybody in the bus unanimously shouted, "Stop!" And the bus stopped. And we called the boy in, and the boy was like, he was panting and he was sweating and he was beaming. And he showed his flowers, and all the flowers were wilted. And still, all the flowers were purchased within the next 5 minutes. And they paid 500 rupees for one flower, which was not even worth 1 rupee. And Indian currency is much stronger than the Sri Lankan rupee. Everything was taken. And I'm like, these are intelligent grahasthas from Mumbai. And I was thinking, I have a stone heart, and still my heart melted seeing that boy's, enthusiasm. And he had nothing to offer. So imagine, Krishna's heart is much more softer. Krishna is the softest heart. So I have nothing to offer but this wilted flower. But Krishna, I'm enthusiastic to serve. I want to serve devotees. Krishna is Bhakta Vatsala, cow that licks off all the things. The calf is born, there are a lot of things on the calf's body, the cow licks it away. So we are carrying a lot of baggage, but if we come to Krishna, Krishna, I am yours. Srila Prabhupada says, prayer means, in one lecture Prabhupada says, prayer means telling Krishna, please accept me. Another place Prabhupada says, prayer means I am yours. So I think we need to ask ourselves, the essence is this, who do I belong to? Do I belong to material world or do I belong to Krishna? If I belong to Krishna, then there is nothing that stops us from offering what we have to Krishna. Is that okay? Can we stop here? Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Radha Shyam Sundar Bhagwan ki jai, Nitai Gaur Premanande. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much. Can we give Prabhuji one more round of applause? Thank you, Prabhu. We'll keep this round of announcements short. I'm just going to repeat what we were saying earlier. Once again, breakout groups are in the link tree. It's not split by age. It's just randomized, and it's pre-selected groups. So you can find your name on that sheet. It's the first link on that link tree. You'll see groups 1, 2, 3, and I will tell you once again where each group is. Group 1, you will be in the loft. That's with Kesha Maharaj. Group 2, you will be in this temple lobby. So not where we were yesterday, just right outside these doors. We'll be in that lobby space. That's because the families have an activity going down with the kids in the banquet hall at that time. That will be with Chitti Shakti Prabhu and Radha Bhakti Prabhu. And group number 3, you'll be in here with Buddha Bhavan Prabhu. And yeah, that should be it for all the sessions. Just keep in mind that there's actually a kids session going on in here. They're going to do like a kids Guru Puja and kids morning program here. That'll be wrapping up around 10:15 to 10:20. So if you are done with Prasadam and you're coming around, just please be mindful that they have some programs going on here as well. So we just want to be very respectful to that and let them have that space. That being said, also that room is going to be used, the Prasadam hall will be used by the families at 10:30. So just like yesterday, please clear out that space so that we can get it clean for the next session. As soon as you get breakfast, if you can move any conversations to the temple main lobby, or if you want to come in here or to the other spaces and get settled there, you can do that at that time. Thank you all so much, and we can head for breakfast Prasadam. I roll.
Sure. I think just keep it simple. Sure, we can experiment with it. I'll just keep the melody simple. Um, I think it's gonna fall. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Huh? The stand is just not used. Okay, I'll just keep it like this. It's stable.
Okay, wonderful. I think that's really powerful because, yeah, I think a lot of our spiritual life has to do with who we're having spiritual life with. Like connecting with people, feeling that we have that relationship is a big part of it. Thank you for that.
God will sometimes build my relationship with, like, dear God, my interaction with people.
Thank you very much. Because I first learned about that from the phone section and we have to really tune into that ability to connect with Krishna through God's voice and journey. And it was fantastic. Thank you very much for sharing. Very well. Yes. Where are you from? I know. I thought I recognize that accent. So, okay, this doesn't sound American. Okay, Hare Krishna. Okay, Hare Krishna. Thank you for sharing.
Actually, presented with the anything more for it to delve deeper into my practices. I feel like everything's been hitting the mark so far. Like, no mistakes so far. I want to technically do more of stuff that we did yesterday.
Yes, thank you very much for sharing that. I'm going to ask. I'm going to invite you to come. Please come forward. Please. We can make the space. There's only 2 part of the course. Yeah. That's it.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. How do you guys want to Thank you for connecting on that. If you could just share your name and just one reflection into the screen resonating or standing up for you so far. We share your US in front. New Jersey. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Yes. Hare Krishna. Manjari. Manjari. Hare Krishna. Ooh.
My name is Abhay Chandra Das from Dallas. A lot of conversations are clicking for me, but especially the class about yesterday, the one where that really stood out was when we kind of come to the conclusion that it's not all on us, and we have to get the blessings of Guru Krishna. Then there's the perspective of also when the things don't go right, it's not all to my credit, because 99% of things don't go good. So then it's a lot of pressure on you always to be good because it's always dependent on my personal endeavor. So the perspective of when it doesn't go right, then you don't have to be so hard on yourself. And luck is a big aspect as well.
So so higher arrangements, calm, whatever it is, it definitely plays a role. Thank you. Very good. Prabhu. Okay, yeah, you're processing a lot of things, yeah. A lot of changing that. Okay, it's good to see you again. Thank you for everything. Actually, if you pass that, that was
Okay. Okay. I'm Shashank. I'm from New Jersey, and not necessarily something that resonated with me, but I saw it was pretty interesting. Like the one point where you should be proud of your spiritual progress. Like it feels like really obvious that you shouldn't be proud of anything, but just like hear someone point out like the various different things you should be proud of. Like, that was interesting to hear that.
Hey, my name is Sudarshan. I'm from DC, and I mainly came to, talk to people that would have like similar experiences as myself, because I'm trying to find where I am like with my relationship to Krishna, and like see how other people are, deepening their relationship with Krishna, but also expanding like their social circles and like their material lives. I know like a lot of people have found that they keep their lives between Krishna and their friends and stuff separate. I haven't really like asked too much just yet. I'm just trying to like find people to connect with first.
Hare Krishna. My name is Shanik. I'm from here in Naperville. One thing that's really resonated with me was also the journaling workshop. I've never journaled in my life, so doing that for the first time, like I felt like the power of that experience. So it's definitely something I want to continue doing.
Hare Krishna. I'm Pranav. I'm from Naperville. One thing that resonated with me was the lecture today morning about the Krishna presence in your life and how you can like attribute small things that happen to you to Krishna. So yeah.
My name's Rahel. I really resonated with the food, the seitan. It's good.
Haribo, I'm Nandu. I'm also here from Naperville. And what resonated for me the most was the point you made in your class that we can only do anything by the mercy of Guru and Krishna.
My name is Advaita Jeevana Das. I'm from Phoenix, Arizona. And one thing I really liked about this was the dynamic sessions that we had yesterday. They were really opportunity to connect with speakers on some personal, on a broad topic like personal questions we have about spiritual life and other things. So that's why I really like it. Yeah.
okay. Okay, so my name is Bhuta Bhavanadas. So, what's been resonating for me? I really like the kirtans. I think the kirtan last one was really wonderful, really special. I love being with all of you guys. Had some interesting conversations at breakfast just earlier about how we can take over ISKCON. That's a joke. I'm recording this. It's a joke. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. No, it wasn't about taking over ISKCON. Just how we can help the movement to be better. That was an interesting conversation as well. So they asked me to speak a little bit about Prabhupada's books. And well, that's what we do. Actually, let me move this out the way. Because actually, someone just take this, because I think that way you can see the screen a bit more easily. So we'll say Mangalacharyan, and then we can have some interactive discussion. I don't want to give a lecture or anything like that. We want to just hear from you, discuss with you, and let's see how we can learn from each other, share some ideas with each other as well. Omagyanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshu Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatam Vitam Tvam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Virginasaitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakam Vitam Scha Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostate Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sutta Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Vyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktarinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Okay. So one thing, actually. Oh, so if I just move the slide. Yeah. That's it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So first of all, can you guys see the slides on that? You can see the screen. Okay. Good. Just want to make sure everyone can see it. So how to start this presentation? Let me say something first. So there's a lot about how we learn, how we take in information, and my spiritual master will often talk about this, how we 70% of what we discuss, 80% of what we experience, and 90 to 95% of what we share. That was actually when I was listening to all of you earlier, and a few of you mentioned the journaling seminar and how that really was useful. I was thinking, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. When we can be interactive, it makes things a lot easier, a lot more powerful, and it tends to be a more transformative experience. So this year is the 20-year anniversary of my spiritual master passing away. So he passed away late June 2005, and he had melanoma cancer. When I first went to meet him after he was diagnosed with cancer, so we were in Washington D.C. and so it was so I don't know if you know Madhvachar and Kunti. Yeah, okay, so they live in Washington, D.C. They're senior god brothers and god sisters of mine. So we went to visit him. So I was in Gitanagari. We traveled to Washington, D.C. to spend some time speaking to my spiritual master. And when I saw him that evening, he'd given a class, and I was in the room with him alone. He was sitting on the seat, and I was sitting on the floor. And he was looking out, and he was making a point about the importance of devotees becoming more serious. And he also made a point about transformation. He was really concerned that he wasn't seeing enough devotees actually transforming, right? Being transformed by the process of Krishna consciousness. So since that time, it really got me thinking, what does it take to actually transform through the process of Krishna consciousness? We can hear Krishna consciousness. We can come to the festivals. But do you ever get the sense sometimes that either you or the people around you, this dude isn't changing? They don't have that experience about themselves or other people. And I think that this presentation will also speak to that. Because I think that there's a lot of misconceptions about Prabhupada and Prabhupada's books. And hopefully as we go through this presentation, I've given this in many places before. It's called the Transcendental Transmission. And the idea here is that if we can do this together, interactively discuss it together, I think that can help us to get some insights and empowerment to help us with our reading if that's the direction we want to go in. Before we do that, I'd like everyone to turn before the deities of Radha Shama Sundar. And I'd like us all to make a prayer to the deities, our own, you'll make it a silent prayer within your heart, just to ask them for their blessings. We talked about the power blessings before. We want to be true to that. We're going to ask you in a moment to take a few moments, just pray to the deities, Radha Shama Sundar, and ask them for their blessings so that we can receive something, not just in this class, in this session that we're going to have, but throughout the rest of this retreat that will be particularly meant for us and that will especially help us to move forward on our journey. Yeah? Is that okay? Okay, so turn to the deities, take some time and make your own prayers, and then we will begin. Once you're done, you can turn back. Okay. So, I have a question for all of you. And I'm gonna, and I want you to be as honest as possible. I'm gonna say something, and I just want you to share with me the first word that comes to mind. And it doesn't matter what that word is. It doesn't matter what that word is like. Okay. So I'm just gonna say something. All I want you to say is what words come to mind. Just honestly. Okay. So, Prabhupada's books. What word comes to mind? Yes. Bhagavatam? Someone else? One word. What's the first word that comes to mind? Boring. I appreciate that honesty, right? Because I know people think that sometimes. What else? One word. You think of Prabhupada's books, what word comes to mind? Strong. Okay. What else? Someone else. Yeah. Anything else? Worthy. Yep. Makes complete sense. Okay. Anyone else? Yes. Repetitive. Okay. Thank you for that. Anything else? Yes. Transformative, okay. Anyone else? Yeah. Depth, okay. Anyone else? When you think of Prabhupada's books, what's the first word that comes to mind? Anyone who has not spoken? Okay. I think that was actually good. I appreciate the honesty there because what you shared, especially a few of you, it very much speaks to the way that people feel about reading and studying, you know? And, dare I say, what may have happened in the lives of some of us is that we may have been put in situations where we were kind of forced, right? You have to, you better go to the Bhagavatam class, or you have to do this, or, mom and dad are reading and they just want you to sit there and just listen to them, whatever it is. And so what can happen is we may have a certain kind of, they call it an emotional connection, a negative emotion associated with a particular activity. I heard about one devotee who, when they were young, when they did anything wrong, their punishment was to stand in the corner and chant Hare Krishna. Yeah. And you're not surprised, you will not be surprised to know that when they grew up, they did not want to do any chanting. Because it was associated with something very negative. The reason why I'm sharing this is because there's an opportunity for us to reassociate. There's an opportunity for us to actually have positive emotions, inspirations, and feelings related to something which will be transformative. And I want to begin with this particular point. You see, there's a wonderful lecture called Triggers and Anchors, and it really speaks to this idea that we have a certain feeling, and that feeling is associated with a particular place, time, people. For example, how many of you have this, that there was a certain time in your life where things were, you're having a lot of fun, for example, and there was a certain song in the charts at that time. So whenever you hear that song, it brings you back to that time and those positive feelings, etc., right? So we know that we know that we're moved by time, we're moved actually by feeling, by emotion. So because that's there, whenever we do anything in spiritual life, the emotion that's related to it is very, very important. What we're actually trying to do is we're trying to lead a spiritual life that is fueled by inspiration. Okay? Think about that. Each and every one of us, if we want to make our spiritual life a lot easier, a lot more joyful, a lot more exciting, and also a lot more self-motivating. What we're trying to do, therefore, is to lead a spiritual life which is fueled by inspiration. Okay? I'm going to ask you to take a moment to let that sink in. And I'm going to ask you for your ideas, actually, before we get into the presentation. How can I do that practically? In other words, if I came to you, I'm a new person, I've just come to the temple, I'm trying to learn about Krishna consciousness, and you've told me what you need to do is make sure that your spiritual life is fueled by inspiration. If I ask you for advice, what does that look like practically? I'm going to throw it out to you. What would you say? Give me, and by the way, the answers doesn't have to just be related to reading. It can be related to anything. How would you advise someone? How would you advise a new person who's coming to the temple or coming to Krishna consciousness? They're here for the first time. They're interested in it. How would you advise them to live their Krishna consciousness in such a way that it's fueled by inspiration? What are some practical things that you tell them to do that will help them to live that kind of Krishna conscious life? I'd love to hear, yes. Okay, so I'm going to play that back. So I think that's did everyone hear that point? I think that's such a crucial first point. So associate with people who are enthusiastic and have that kind of inspiration themselves, right? I'm going to pass this. Why would that be so important? And if I associate with those people, what are the specific benefits I'm going to get?
Naturally, you'll absorb some of their enthusiasm and some of their inspiration, and that'll fuel you in your personal journey.
I get some, so whatever they carry, I get some of that, and that will keep me going. Makes complete sense. Who else had some advice? Who else had their hands up?
I think, yes. I live my Krishna consciousness in a way that I'm fueled by inspiration.
So the first thought that came to me is like there might be some devotees I know who joined recently and who are taking up a little bit seriously. So maybe connecting with them so that whatever questions or whatever inspirations they got, they can share, and then he can also be helped by that.
So linking to this point, connecting with devotees who really are like taking it seriously and getting their inspiration, whatever things that help them.
Yeah.
So that's interesting for me, because also what it means is I can learn the lessons from their experience. Someone told me once, they said that life is too short to make all the mistakes yourself. That idea being that if someone else has made a mistake, I can just learn from them in the point. So that makes complete sense. If you can pass the mic. How do you help me to live a spiritual life that's fueled by inspiration?
This may be a little similar, but I was going to say take every opportunity to meet with like senior devotees and to like hear from them. So, and like whatever programs that are happening, just take the opportunity to go and listen.
Tell me more about it. If I go to those programs and hear from senior devotees, what will I gain?
You'll gain like the knowledge that they're trying to share, and then like by being with devotees who are also trying to listen, you'll gain their enthusiasm as well, and then you're also like you'll gain the enthusiasm of the speaker as well, like by hearing from them. So
I gain the knowledge, I gain also the enthusiasm as well by being around those people. That makes a lot of sense. So yeah, it's interesting that you've mentioned that. It's not just the content, but it's actually the emotion, the feeling, right? The enthusiasm that they have will come to me. Thank you for that. So who else would like to share? Yeah, I saw your hand.
I would say, like, every time that you go to the temple, try to sit with someone new who you don't know. You gain a lot of perspective that way, especially if they're like a different age than you, whether they're older or younger. And then specifically, like, ask them why they come to the temple, like, what's their why. That will naturally give you, like, more enthusiasm as to, okay, this guy's doing it for this reason, this person is doing it because of this. And sometimes you might actually, if suppose they're going through something like really rough, like that'll also inspire you, like, look, I have all this going for me in my life. That'll kind of give you more enthusiasm as well. Like, at least I don't have to like deal with that. This person is going through all of this and they're still managing to come. What's stopping me from doing the same? And I feel like that's very powerful.
People understand why they're and I know this is the thing. The data is limited to action.
Yeah.
Someone else. Anyone else? Yes. You have to cross my please. Yes. So how about the Krishna consciousness is fueled by inspiration? What do you advise?
I don't know if this is I'm jumping ahead, but if someone's brand new and they come to the temple, I feel like they'd be exposed to a lot of things there'll be a lot of things going on at once. I would actually kind of break it down and just meet them like over prasad and just like meet them on a human level first to know, so that they know that I'm human and I care, and just I feel like prasad like has like so much mercy and magic in it that just that starting point would then like lead to other things. And the same goes for other aspects of devotional life too. I feel like if everything is kind of put on a person in one go, it becomes a lot, even for someone who's been around forever. And I think one really valuable piece of advice I was given was that there's lots of things you have to do, but you can also do more of the things that you love to do, which will bring up it will kind of keep the flame going.
Yeah, this is a great point. How many of you love kirtan? Yeah, it's often a real favorite. So I love that point. So first of all, helping a new person, they can connect with someone in a very human level way of prashadam, and rather than giving them the whole philosophy, let's just take it bit by bit so it's not overwhelming. But then also, along with the things that people do, or let's say some basic things, encourage them to do the things they love doing. You love kirtan, go to the kirtan, right? You like to dance, dance. If you're involved you like to cook, let's cook together for Krishna. Fantastic. I love that advice. Thank you.
Yeah, similar note, basically. Just involve yourself in seva so you don't feel as much of an outsider, and you can start building genuine relationships with people. Because if you're working towards a goal and you're feeling useful, it's all a good thing.
Working towards a goal, there's an entire chapter from the book. You must go to mark the road, which is a very interesting goal. He said, you don't have goals in spiritual life, but you have no way to channel it. If your energy is not channeled, then you can actually feel like you're not moving forward. In fact, one of the things he said, maybe we'll touch upon it when we go through the days, I think it's really important for all of us. He said that what he saw that kept him enthusiastic and inspired in the spiritual life was having meaningful goals. It could be we're going to put on a festival. It could be we're going to finish reading the Srimad Bhagavatam. It could be that for the next month we're going to wake up for by this time. Whatever it is, but having something that something that inspires you, that you can put your heart into. And what happens, he said, it's a whole chapter. He said, what happens is every time you hit a goal, what do you think happens to your confidence, brother? It goes up. It's one of the number one techniques for building confidence. Every time you set yourself a realistic goal and you achieve it, you actually become a bit more confident, because what you've proven to yourself is that you can actually get this done. See? And that's one of the reasons why some of the most successful people in the world are people who've used that particular approach. Their confidence wasn't that high in the beginning, but every time they set themselves some realistic goal and they achieved it, they go, oh, I was able to do it. Right? It was important. I set myself a target. I was able to do it. Then the next time, it's like, let's try and make that goal a little bit bigger. If I could do a goal this size, if I stretch slightly more, I can get this one done. And that process allows you to achieve world-class outcomes. And actually, it's interesting because in our Vedic literature, there's a book on this called Sankalpa Kaumudi by His Holiness Sri Brahma. He explains that the way that spiritual progress actually works is through what's called Sankalpas, which are meaningful objectives or like a determined vow, like that. So every time you achieve some Sankalpa, you think, oh, then you can go to the next one. And in that way, you can make tremendous spiritual progress. So going back to one of the things that you said at the beginning, I want to really, because I can feel intuitive, that's a really important thing for all of you. In my own experience, I found that so much opportunity and so much growth happened because I was involved in something meaningful. Because especially as young people, you have a lot of energy, and you need to have healthy but also fun and inspiring ways to engage your energy. You see, have really healthy outlets for your energy. And so I want to encourage you. Make sure that you find things which are exciting for you and have those goals, right? So we're going to work on this, right? We're going to do that. And you can have those goals with other people that you like.
We can combine the association of working together on something meaningful. Were any of you involved in organizing this retreat? Okay, yourself, yeah? So that's a great example of a really powerful project that we can all channel our energy into. You know? Thank you. That was a really interesting point. Really interesting point. I saw your hand up. If you could pass the mic. Oh, the book is oh. Spiritual Warrior is 4. It's either 4 or 5. I think it's 4. And the chapter is, I think it's the first chapter, Spiritual Warrior 4, which is entitled The Importance of Shifting Goal. And there's also, that chapter was made from the lecture. There's a lecture on this SoundCloud, on the SoundCloud, called The Importance of Shifting Goal, where you can hear talking about this whole thing directly. So it's a great lecture. That one saved me a lot of because I was a rough. So I needed someone to channel my energy. So yeah, it's a really good point. Yes.
This was connected to your question that you were asking. I was just going to say that to lead a spiritual life with inspiration would just be to see everything in the perspective that everything happens for a reason. That Krishna, kind of, if things don't go our way or things don't happen the way that we want it to happen, we just trust in the process that Krishna has a bigger plan for us, and whether that be good or bad, and take any situation in the perspective that Krishna is always looking out for us, and either Krishna saved us from a situation, or saved us from a person, or removing certain energies from our life, and just for us to lead a more clean and spiritual life.
Let's make a comment to that. That's what you shared is actually one of the most powerful connecting points to what we're going to be speaking about. We all have a certain way of seeing the world, but to see the world in this way, Prabhupada said in one place, he said that Krishna consciousness means to see the world in the way that Krishna sees it. We have two things. There's Krishna consciousness, and there's also Maya consciousness. The way that the world is perceived in a mundane sense, it actually robs us of a lot of joy. If I can do what you're talking about, which is see that behind everything, even if it's a challenging situation, that there's some higher purpose. There's not just higher purpose, there's a loving purpose, right? It's ultimately for my good. Let's see. There's a saying like this: life does not happen to me, life happens for me. If I can see that, and if I can feel like that, it will change the way I feel about everything and everyone. It's so powerful. Krishna consciousness is actually to live a life where you feel that at every moment you're saturated by love. That whatever's happening to you, this is the affectionate arrangement of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I've been studying the group when we did the breakout yesterday. We were talking about a few related to, we were supposed to be talking about career and partners. And we did, but we went into, we started there, we went into other areas. We were talking about Vedic psychology, because I've been studying Vedic psychology, which is incredibly fascinating stuff. And we were talking about child psychology. So a friend of mine had, when he had his first child, he's a disciple of His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj. So he told Radhanath Maharaj, I've had my first child, and, any advice, we ask for blessings as well. Radhanath Swami told him something, and Prabhupada mentions this point. Radhanath Swami told him, he said, for you and for your child, you are their God. In modern psychology, child psychology, and in Ayurveda and in Vedic psychology, it's explained that the child sees everything in reference to themselves, right? So what happens is, what's going on in the environment of the child, they take that to be a reflection of themselves. So what we were discussing yesterday is if mom and dad give attention to the child learns that they are what? They're important. They're loved. Right? So in a similar way, if we have that mentality that we're loved, Raj Bihari spoke about this morning, then whatever happens to you is taken in a very different way. You process it differently. When I was studying some things in Ayurveda, there's a term in Ayurveda called Sadhaka Agni. So just like you have a fire of digestion, which allows you to digest food, you also have a fire of digestion on a subtle level, which allows you to digest emotions and experiences. How many of you have ever known someone who went through a bad experience and they couldn't let it go? They're still like upset, holding on to it, bitter, resentful. Yeah, that's what happens when the fire of digestion is low, is weak. You see? So when your digestive fire is weak, you eat some food, but it stays in your stomach, you can't digest it. Similarly, when people have a low sadhaka agni, the internal fire of digestion, they go through things and they're not able to process it. They're not able to digest it and to let it go. One of the special qualities of studying spiritual literature is it increases your fire of spiritual digestion. What it does, if you actually study spiritual literature properly, you will find that whatever you go through, you're able to process it and you're able to let it go and you're able to grow from it. It's the process exactly mirrors what happens when you eat. Because when your fire of digestion is healthy, what happens is it takes all the nutrients from your food. You see, that gets assimilated, and what goes out is all the waste products. In the same way, if you are able to do the regular study of spiritual literature, you will find that whatever happens to you, you're able to take all the learning and all the development and all the strength and all the positive things from it, and anything negative, you're able to actually let it go. It's very interesting. If you look carefully, you'll know people like this. You'll know someone who went through something and they're still bitter, angry, resentful, holding on to it. And you'll know someone else who's gone through a lot more and they're able to let it go. Isn't that interesting? So what it says is, it's not what you went through. It's how well you're able to digest what you went through. I saw this program many years ago because we train leaders. One of the things we train leaders to do is to become more resilient and to help their teams to be more resilient. So when we were training them, I would point out that I saw this daytime television program many years ago, and it was victims of who've gone through difficult experiences in life. And this lady was on there, and she was talking about what she'd been through, and it was amazing because other people had spoken. Some of the other people in the audience, they'd spoken about difficult situations, difficult childhood, and sometimes they would break down crying and they would have to leave the studio. This woman comes, she's sitting in the audience. They put the microphone to her. She starts talking about all the things that she went through. And the other people in the audience, they were looking at her like they actually were in disbelief. It's like, how could you have gone through all this? And the reason why they're in disbelief is because she's speaking about everything she's been through, but she's calm. She's composed. And what really threw them, and I'll be honest, it threw me as well. Then she talks about how she'd forgiven the people who mistreated her. And people were just like, what? Like, how is that possible? And then she explained how she got, and they actually asked her. I said, but you seem like you're so composed and you're so able to deal with it. Like, how is that possible? And she started to explain how, through her spirituality, she'd been able to come to a place of deep forgiveness, letting go of things and stuff like that. And for me, that was always a metaphor. It's like, now I get it. Because most people, they think it's just, I went through this, I went through that, that's why I'm the way that I am. You know? But what they don't understand is the secret ingredient is how well we're able to digest those experiences. And as I started to study, I realized, and I can send you, I wrote an article about this years ago on this sadhaka agni, this fire of digestion, spiritual fire of digestion. And I started to understand more and more, wow, that's what the books actually allow people to do. There's hidden potency, hidden transforming effect that comes from deeply cultivating Prabhupada's teachings. And again, the difficulty we have in our movement is people think the books are theoretical. Yeah, it's nice. It's just a collection of different verses which says different things. That's not true, actually. The books actually have an effect upon your mind, your intelligence, even they have an effect upon your perception of the world. I have a friend in London who he does a lot of congregational outreach, and he told me years ago, was it years ago, maybe 1 or 2 years ago, He said to me, so I'm going to all these houses of all these really young professionals. They said that, they live in big houses in London and they've got 2.4 kids and, they're working in a corporate job. And he said to me, it looks great on the outside. He said, but when you start to get to know them, you find out they're going through all kinds of difficulties. And I said, yeah, welcome to the mode of passion. Because in the mode of passion, things look better than they actually are. And I knew that was going to be the case because through the study of the books, I understood there's symptoms of ignorance, how things look in ignorance. There's symptoms of passion, how things look in passion. And there's symptoms of goodness, how things look in goodness. Once you know what to look for, you can actually understand what that means. And the science of the Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, all of those things, one of the effects is it gives you an X-ray vision. Right? To use an example that we were speaking about yesterday, there's things in scripture about relationships. So we were talking about male-female psychology yesterday and compatibility. So we mentioned how in Brihad Parashara or Hora Shastra, it talks about something, and we were saying that in the secular research, which is also there in the scriptures, by the way, that when there's good compatibility and good kind of teamship, things become easier in the relationship. So all of these things which are there in the scriptures, they're all part of your own culture and tradition. This is stuff for you to this is stuff for you to use in order to make your life much more relishable. This is another reason why the scriptures are so important. They give you shortcuts to have a great life. So one of the things that I've often seen is that if you don't know what's in the books, you miss out on many things that you can do to make your spiritual life work much more easily for you. We were talking also yesterday about varnas. If you know your nature, when I started finding out about my nature, I suddenly understood. I understood why I had that disagreement with that particular devotee. I understood why people see me a certain way, and I understood why we see things differently, right? Because I understood, all right, now I get where you're coming from, because you see the world like this, and I see the world like this, and then we could cooperate a lot better and a lot more. What I was explaining to the guys this morning at breakfast is that so I work for an investment bank. We train the leaders in that investment bank. So we have 55,000 leaders around the world that we train. And one of the things that we do in my work, we pay a lot of money for psychometric tests, which allow people to find out about their personality, because then if they know themselves and they know the personality of the people that they're working with, they know how to bring out the best in everyone. And again, what we were explaining this morning is the information in the literatures about varnas and about people's natures, it's like gold. It's like gold. We were paying one company $80 per person to do these psychometrics, $80. And in a class, we have on average about 30 people. So you can do the maths, right? Per class. Yeah? But we have so much even greater depth, insight, knowledge about all of these topics, right? And it's all locked up in these literatures and these teachings. So what I want to do is, can we get it back up on the screen? Or is it coming back up? If we can just bring this back up on the screen. I want to just run through some slides with you, just to give you a sense of some of the things which are available, and really to get into a discussion about the why. Okay, so what we've got in this presentation is some different quotes from Prabhupada, and I thought we could look at them together and just discuss what is Prabhupada saying, and discuss together, because what we're trying to aim for in this discussion is to get a strong enough motivation for contacting these books. And also what we could do is explore, where are the barriers to reading? Where are the barriers to having to come into contact with Prabhupada's books, and to be real about it, which is why I love the points that you made earlier, right? People do sometimes feel bored. Sometimes people feel, oh my God, Prabhupada's saying again, you're not the body. When is he going to say something different? I've read that before. I read that in the last page. Sometimes, and we can also explore why he does that as well. So let's start here. I'll just read this. So we've got the references here as well for you. So this is from CC. I'll actually just read the purple. Very interesting purple. All the devotees connected with the Krishna consciousness movement must read all the books that have been translated.
Shock, horror, gasp. The Chaitanya Charitamrita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, and others. Otherwise, after some time, they will simply eat, sleep, and fall down from their position. Thus, they will miss the opportunity to attain an eternal blissful life of transcendental pleasure. I'm going to pause. I want it to be interactive because this way it helps all of us. What is Prabhupada saying in that purple? If you just play that back in your own words, what's the point that he's making about the reading? Yeah, sure.
I feel like Prabhupada's saying that you must read these books in order to move forward in your Krishna conscious life. Otherwise, like he's saying, you're just basically like living your life, like eating, sleeping, and like not going anywhere with it. So, and you're just like missing an opportunity to go to Krishna. Yeah.
The thing that comes to my mind is that if we don't read Prabhupada books, we just do what we are doing, say chanting. Sometimes when we read Prabhupada books, we get, philosophy or we get knowledge, some transformation happens, which gives us more motivation to do more service, chant more nicely. So that's how we keep going forward. If we don't read books, then slowly we'll just, lose taste or just give it up, maybe.
Absolutely possible. So let me just comment on this. The point he's making here is that there's a connection. What you understand determines what you do. If you do something and you don't understand why you're doing it, or you're not reminded why you're doing it, after a while, you'll feel it's less and less important. And after a while of thinking it's less and less important, you'll stop doing it. I'll tell you something I was thinking about in terms of Hindu culture. See, this is how you kill a culture. My wife studied the British, and when the British came to India, because when they came to India, these people were so crafty. They were trying to explore what are these Indian people like? How can we steal from them, basically, right? They were very crafty. When Prabhupada came to London, and they asked him, Prabhupada, why did you come? He said to them, he said, when you British people came to India, you stole everything. He told them that. He said, but you left behind the most important thing, so I came to give you that as well. That's what he actually said. It's a serious point. So what's being said here is that, and this relates to what's happening in many cases in Hindu culture, the way you kill a culture is you have, at the beginning stage, when the culture is very strong, you have the knowledge and you have the culture. The culture is the knowledge in action. Okay? When you take away the knowledge, the culture's there, right? So before they knew what they were doing, so they were doing what they were doing, but they also knew why. Okay, so the why is the philosophy, the what is the culture. When you destroy the philosophy, you take away the why behind it. So then you have the culture, but you don't have any philosophy. So then what happens is young, intelligent Indian people like you guys will say to mum and dad, why do we do this? Can anyone relate to that? Yeah? And what happens is, more and more, you don't get answers. And after a while of asking and finding there was no good answer to that, there was no good answer to that, there's no good answer to that, you start thinking, well, if there's no reason or there's no good reason, why should I keep doing it? Okay? So you'll see behind, and it's not just it's a universal principle. If you have, and Prabhupada talks about it, he says religion, right, without philosophy, he said it's sentimentalism or fanaticism. He says philosophy without religion is mental speculation. You see, it's all understood like that. If you have both the right behavior and a strong understanding about why you're doing it, you're unbreakable. Right? People can't actually, you're actually not just unbreakable, you're unstoppable. Because the Sanskrit word faith, the Sanskrit word for faith is what? Shraddha. Do you know what that means? Shraddha. The prefix is from the Sanskrit word hrid. And hrid means what? Heart, like hridaya. So Shraddha, it means the place where your heart takes shelter. That's what actually Shraddha means. Wherever your heart takes shelter, that shows what you have faith in. And there's two types of faith actually, right? There's one kind of faith which is called Lokika Shraddha. right? Laukika Shraddha is the faith that comes from being part of the crowd. So all my friends are doing it, so I'm going to do it, right? All my friends are on Instagram, so I'm going to be on Instagram, right? All the devotees are doing social media, so I'm going to do social media. That's coming from Laukik Shraddha. I feel safe and I feel enthusiastic and confident to do something just because everyone else is doing it. That kind of Shraddha is different to this type of Shraddha that gets you back home, back to Godhead. The Shraddha that gets you back home, back to Godhead, is called, excuse me, and this is given by the Goswamis, is called Shastriya Shraddha. And Shastriya Shraddha is the faith that comes from where? What do you think? Shastra. Yeah? And it's explained also that if you get that faith from the scriptures, that faith that you get from the scriptures gives you virya and smriti. Virya means it makes you driven, actually. Just like faith and confidence are the same thing. Right? So when people have a lot of faith in something, they're driven. That's one of the signs. It's just like, yeah, I believe in it. I'm going to just go out there and get it and make it happen. Yeah? So it gives virya. Proper spiritual faith actually gives you drive. It makes you a driven person. You no longer become passive. If you read Prabhupada's books in a deep way, it will inspire you to be proactive in your spiritual life. You won't wait to get something. You'll go get something. Right? You won't be like, well, there's no speakers at the temple and no one comes. You'll be like, let's go and find some speakers, right? Let's go and find where there's a program that we can go to that makes us enthusiastic. You'll go searching, you'll go seeking out the things that give you spiritual nourishment. It'll make you an active, proactive member of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. So it gives virya. It also gives smriti. Smriti has a very interesting meaning. Smriti means the ability to hold the teachings of the scriptures within your mind. Right? In other words, it's actually relating to integrity. Integrity is when what you do and what you think are aligned. Yeah? But if people, and so faith or shraddha is actually a bridge between what you know and what you do. So just get that. It makes you psychologically coherent. It actually gives you strong integrity. If you develop real faith in something, then you can't act differently because you actually like, no, I know this is right. So you can understand this from experience. There's something that you already have faith in, and when your friends say, oh no, that doesn't work, you're like, no, what are you talking about? It does work. So let's say that you have faith in a particular teacher, and your friends, oh, I don't like this teacher, they're no good. It's like, no, he's a really good teacher. I've been in his classes before. He knows his stuff. You should come and listen. Because you've got faith, when you speak, the conviction that you have, it actually has a power to influence other people. Because when you have faith in something, which means you've got some deep realization and conviction, it's more powerful. So when you have faith, or when we develop faith in Krishna, when you speak about Krishna, even the hardcore atheists will be overridden. Because they don't have conviction, because they're like, I don't really believe. And you're like, well, I've been in the kirtan, I know it's blissful. So you have your idea or opinion versus my direct conviction and experience. You see? How many of you have been in a kirtan and you genuinely felt blissful? Anyone had that? Yeah. Now think about that for a moment. If you're an outsider and you've never been in kirtan before, it just seems like a group of strange people saying the same thing again and again, thinking like, don't you guys know the lyrics to any other songs? Is there some kind of issue here? Right? But if you've done it, then it doesn't matter. Then they can tell you whatever they want. You're like, you're just wrong. I've been in the kirtan. I know it's blissful. So the fact that you don't know, you're just speculating. So faith, it actually makes you very strong, actually. It makes you very strong, and it also makes you very influential. That's one of the side effects of cultivating deep spiritual faith. And it's why Prabhupada, when he came to the West by himself, he's able to get all these people from all these other backgrounds, Africa, India, Europe, all these other countries, and they're all like, okay, I'll take to Krishna consciousness. Because when he spoke, he's speaking from full realization, full, pure, developed faith. Okay, good. We're going to look at a few other quotes. This is important because this is how you can turn what you read into something that you fully realize. Okay, so there's an actual formula which is given in Vedic literatures. The first thing is Shravana, so we hear or read. But many devotees stop there. I'll tell you something that my spiritual master told me, and I'm going to encourage you to try this out when you're reading, because I found it made for a tremendously different experience in reading Prabhupada's books. He told us, he said, when you read Prabhupada's books, what you should do as you read them, you should try and figure out or think about, how would I explain that to someone else? You see, this is one of the special keys of studying Prabhupada's books. You don't have to be a passive reader. You can be an active interpreter, or rather, an active explainer. Right? So if you saw like Braj Bihari Prabhu this morning, when he gave the class, he would also give some analogies. Right? And there's some interesting analogies or examples. And so you hear something, and then you hear an example that explains it. And you think, oh, that's interesting. Or you hear a story that explains it. That's interesting. Okay? So, for example, we have the 4 regulative principles of freedom, right? So you have the 4 principles. So when I was thinking about this, using that technique that I heard from my spiritual master, he said, well, wait, when you read Prabhupada's books, you should think, how would I explain this to someone else? So I was thinking, how you can explain the 4 regulative principles? Because people are like, oh, that's a downer, man. Like, you can't do this, you can't do that. And then I had this vision. I thought, oh, there's 2 types of, because you could say that they're rules or regulations, right? And I was thinking, I share this in the class, that there's 2 types of structure. One type of structure is a structure that traps you, that limits or restricts you. So you're in a prison, right? A prison cell is a structure that limits you, okay? Because I'm in a prison cell, I can't do stuff, right? I can't get out. I'm trapped. I'm stuck. That's one type of structure. But the other type of structure is like a ladder. So if the prison cell is a structure that limits you, it stops you being able to do certain things, the ladder, what type of structure is that? What does the ladder allow you to do? Yeah, so it actually does what? It's liberating. It's a structure, but it's a structure which allows you to go higher than you would otherwise be able to go. So then I was thinking, the 4 regulative principles are like that. They're a structure, they're a rule, but what that does is it allows you to bring your consciousness to a higher level. You see? So if you read Prabhupada's books and you're discussing it with friends and you're thinking, all right, I've just read something, or maybe you just choose one thing from that page or one thing from that reading session. How would I explain that to a newcomer? Then what you find is you get more and more empowered. This is interesting. You actually become more empowered by Lord Chaitanya. Can anyone figure out why, though? I'm going to give you a moment to think about that. If I read, and I'm reading to understand the teaching so I can share that with other people, why would I get a special blessings from Lord Chaitanya?
Because the mission is to spread this message of.
So, if you read to share, the books actually become alive for you. See? Lord Chaitanya, he will notice this person's not just about themselves and about their own growth, but they actually also want to share it with other people. So then you suddenly find you get a lot more empowerment. The books will give you a lot more, they'll reveal a lot more to you, because it's like, right, he's not just, or she's not just thinking about themselves, they want to help other people. So then the books start to become much more active in your life. So this is how the transformation occurs in us. First of all, it's about hearing or reading, so that's called Shravana. Second, you can use this technique or other techniques to do what's called Manana. Does anyone know what Manana means? Manana means, yeah, it means mind. What else does it mean? Meditate. What else? To think about what you read, yeah. So you first read or hear, Shravana, then you think about it. Why does Prabhupada say that, right? How does that make sense? Or, how would I explain that to a newcomer? So then you contemplate what you've read. That's the second stage, manana. The third stage is called nididhyasan. Nididhyasan is when you apply something in your practical life. So, like we were discussing, if I know what my nature is, and I think, wow, I'm actually, let's say I'm a Kshatriya. That means I'll probably be good at leading and organizing. So let me help out in the TSI retreat. And then you start singing, and everyone's like, wow, I love the way that you organized that. That was so well done. And it's like, and they're like, that must be really, really difficult. You must have really worked hard. And you're thinking, I don't want to say anything, but it was really easy. But let me just accept the glorification anyway, right? Like whatever it is. But you start to see, the scripture said that if I've got this nature, I'd be good at this. In where I work, many of the people, well, I come across many managers, and many of them are Kshatriyas. Many of them are Kshatriyas, and they think I've become good at leading because I've done lots of years of leading. And I'm thinking, well, according to our scriptures, you were born like that, actually. Yeah, you were born, and I think, let's just test that. And I said to him, so when you were young, like, you know, what did you like doing? Yeah, I was always in charge of things. I was always leading people. I was like, yeah, that's exactly what scripture said, right? F5, like that. So you'll find this third stage is really important. There's so much of the teachings that you can practically use, right? There's so much. I'll give you another example. There's an article that we talk to the managers about, and it's an article about high-performing managers. In this article, it says that only 10% of managers are really high-performing, and this is an article written by non-devotees. And the article it talks about the behaviors of the best managers, what they do differently to everyone else. Now, we were talking about this also at breakfast. My spiritual master said about this movement, he said the trouble with ISKCON is we're always putting out fires, right? That means, you know, one emergency happens. Oh my God, there's an emergency, we have to do something. Then another emergency. Oh my God, there's an emergency, we have to do something. So think about that. You'll know this intuitively because you have the ability to fast track in every area of your life because you have this teaching. If you have a leader or a movement or an individual who's always putting out fires, let's translate this into scripture. It means that they are constantly dealing with the mode of what? Mode of passion. You see? Because the mode of passion is reactive, right? And in this article about high-performing managers, it said those high-performing managers, it didn't use the words, the modes of anything, but you can guess. If they're not like that, then those high-performing managers are acting more under the mode of goodness. Now translate this for me. If the low-performing managers are reactive, always putting out fires, and if the high-performing managers are more in the mode of goodness, think about it carefully. Give me one behavior that those high-performing managers are doing differently. If passion means that I'm reactive, then goodness will mean that I am what? Proactive. You see? So one of the symptoms of the mode of goodness, therefore, is to be proactive. Do you see how it works? In the article, it says that the high-performing managers, not only are they proactive, it mentions that in the article, but it also says something else. If the low-performing managers are in the lower modes, passion and ignorance, and they're constantly reactive, and if the high-performing managers are more in the mode of goodness and they're proactive, to be proactive, what do you need to have? Foresight. Exactly. So therefore, in the article, it says the high-performing managers, what do they do differently with their time? They make time to do what? Exactly. It says that in the article. It said the high-performing managers, and the person who wrote that, they don't know about the modes. But when I'm looking, I'm thinking, yeah, basically what he's saying is the high-performing managers are more in the mode of goodness, and the low-performing managers are more in the mode of passion and ignorance. So when you read scripture, you look at something that, yeah, you can kind of translate that into what the Bhagavatam says. And then, because you know that, you can even figure out other things that those high-performing managers could be doing. So you just think to yourself, okay, what else would be a behavior of a manager in the mode of goodness? And if you do those things, and let's say you've got a job and you're a manager, and you start doing those things which are more in the mode of goodness, what's going to happen to your management? What do you think? What do you think will happen to your management? Does it go up or down? It goes up. That's how you use the scriptures to actually become better at every single thing. I'll give you another example. Hopefully this doesn't happen to your yatra. Oh, okay, yeah. Hopefully. Is the lead long enough? Okay. I'm going to give you another example. I did this, we had a men's conference in New Vrindavan. It's been running for some years, actually. And we did a whole thing on marriage and finding a partner. So again, let's look at the modes, because I want to show you how much this stuff you can practically use this and it changes everything in your life. If someone is looking for a partner and they're doing it in the mode of ignorance or passion, how do they do it? Describe it to me. Someone wants to look for a partner, but they're doing it in the lower modes. Tell me about what that looks like. What kind of things are they doing wrong? Because it's in the lower modes. Are they proactive? No, because if they were proactive, it would be in the mode of goodness, right? So tell me about if someone's looking for a partner and they're doing it in the lower modes, what kind of things are they doing? Any guesses? Thoughts, comments? Yeah. Yeah, so first of all, it's quick, right? So they're not taking the time to think about it, right? And they're choosing a partner, if it's in passion, they're choosing a partner based only on their looks, right? You understand? You can see how this language works. You know what the mode is, and you apply it to something, you start to think, oh, that's what it looks like if it's in the mode of passion, right? It would just be like, oh, she looks good or he looks good, that's enough. We're going to get married, right? If they're doing it in the mode of passion, they're also just thinking about how much money their partner has, right? She's rich. It's okay, we'll get married. Everything will be fine. Now, if they're doing it in the mode of goodness, what are they doing? They're looking at knowledge, right? They're taking these things into consideration. So you can see, you can translate according to modes. So that's what relates to this point. Hearing or reading, shravana, manana, you think about it, then what we spoke about this last one, nididhyasa, means you apply the knowledge. Now let's think about it. If I learn something from the scripture and I apply it and I see that it works, what happens to my faith? Do you see how it works? Yeah? And then when you keep doing that and you keep finding that it works and you keep finding that your life becomes better and it keeps building your faith, then what happens to your taste for reading and learning? It goes up. Why does it go up? Because you know it works. And people can tell you, oh, I don't believe this. And you're like, you're just dumb, right? I'm using it. I know it works. I'm practically applying it. Nididhyasa. I use this stuff. It's not theory. It's not, my mom told me, my dad told me. It's not theory. I use this stuff in my day-to-day life and it gets me results. So you can say whatever you like. I know from experience that it actually works. That's what happens. So these stages, they actually increase faith. Yeah? And they make your life better in any area that you apply, your life gets better. And again, don't take my word for it. I encourage you, check it out for yourself. You'll be shocked. I was reading an article and they were describing the qualities of the best, of great leaders. And basically what they were describing was a Kshatriya, right? They don't know Kshatriyas. They'll just say, he or she's brave, they care about people, they protect others. And I'm thinking, yeah, you're describing a Kshatriya, right? That's basically what you're describing. It just comes down to the same thing. And you just go again and again, you're thinking, yeah, that's exactly what Prabhupada said. Yeah, that's what Prabhupada said. There's a famous physician. He's actually brilliant. He's not a devotee, he's brilliant. His name is Dr. Gabor Mate. I don't know if anyone of you have heard of him. He's a world expert in stress, trauma, things like that. He talks about how young people are meant to be brought up to make them very strong and have very healthy self-esteem. What he said, it's all stuff that I've read in Ayurveda. It's all in Ayurveda. Ayurveda wrote that stuff over 5,000 years ago. Over 5,000 years ago. These people are coming up with it through studies, and they're just coming to these conclusions in the last, maybe 60 years, something like that. Right? In 3rd Canto Bhagavatam, it mentions embryology. Embryology means that the child's development within the womb. You can read the Sanskrit verses. It says after this many weeks, the child's head is developed. After this many weeks, the hands developed. After this many weeks, the heartbeat. It's all there in the Bhagavatam, 3rd Canto. And those verses, the Sanskrit verses, we know the Bhagavatam is over 5,000 years old. Right? Over 5,000 years old. What's written in those verses is the same understanding in modern health care, which came to that same understanding within the last 100 years. 100. Yeah? So there's so much evidence. You can go to the next slide. Again? Keep going? Okay. So, I'll read part of this. Let's see. Yeah, this is interesting. I'll just read it. I'm not going to read from the beginning, but there's, I think, 4 lines down. It begins where, I'll read from this point where it says, one makes his advancement in Krishna consciousness. Before I explain this was a real life changer for me, because it taught me how to let go of a lower taste and to practice Krishna consciousness in a better way. So this is a direct letter from Prabhupada. One makes his advancement in Krishna consciousness by giving up voluntarily his attachment to material nature or maya. And such renunciation is called tapasya. You can see that. But we are not very willing to perform austerities without good reason. Therefore, any man with scientific and philosophical good brain, such as your good self, must appreciate first what is the transcendental knowledge. If you get knowledge, automatically tapasya will follow, and then you make your advancement in spiritual life. Therefore, so to get knowledge is the first item for anyone who's hoping to find perfection of life. You can see this letter. Therefore, I advise you to daily read our books as far as possible and try to understand the subject matter. Look, this is very interesting words. Try to understand the subject matter from different what? Angles of vision. By discussing frequently with who? The devotees at New York Temple. In this way, you'll become gradually what? Convinced. And by your sincere attitude and devotional service, you will make what? Progress. Do you see how it works? So and what you'll find is people don't do it. But if you regularly read the books, you will not feel that anything is hard work. You won't feel, oh, I've got to give this up, I've got to give that. You'll feel naturally, I understand so well. So you guys, many of you are born in the movement. But when people aren't born in the movement, many people, they come to the movement and they're eating meat. But once they actually understand, you're putting a dead corpse in your mouth, really? You want to do that? And once they actually understand it's a dead corpse, it's like, no. And it's not like, oh, I have to hold myself back. It's just like, now you understand it's a dead corpse. Do you want to put the dead corpse in your mouth? No, thank you. You see? So the knowledge actually changes the way that you see things and changes the way that you feel about things. If you understand something properly, it becomes easy to deal with it in a different way. It really does. And that's what Prabhupada is saying. Now, it's also, he talks about discussing it with who? Discussing the teachings with who? With other devotees. This is another thing. You can make your reading easy if you do it with other devotees. I find that when you do things with other devotees, everything becomes easier. If you chant with other devotees, you want to fall asleep, the other devotees are like, dudes, you're snoring, right? You're snoring to serve my chanting. Stop snoring, right? You have to do it. If you want to read, if you read with other devotees, you're reading together. What does that passage mean to you? Oh, well, when I look at it, and this Prabhupada is about different angles of vision, you may read the passage and you get one realization. Because you're reading with a friend, they're going to tell you, yeah, I read the same passage. This is what came to my mind when I read that passage. And now you're all getting these new, interesting, different angles. It keeps the whole reading process very, very dynamic. It keeps it fun, interesting, because you don't know what your friend's going to see in that same passage. Do you see how it works? So this is why I asked you earlier, how do we keep our spiritual life fueled by inspiration? You are young, intelligent, creative people. If you take the opportunity, you can figure out, how do I make the reading of Prabhupada's books fun and inspiring for me and the people that I'm around? You see? So sometimes people think it's boring, some people think it's not boring. Actually, it's how you approach it. Right? So it's not whether it's boring or not, it's how do I read in a way that keeps me inspired? How do I read in a way that makes it interesting for me? Yeah, and so this is Prabhupada's giving all these ideas. Read with someone else. Look at it from different angles of vision, right? Think about how we would apply that in our own lives. Think about, how would I explain that? What's a story I could give? What's an analogy? So to the point that was made, I don't recall your name. Anika made the point earlier about seeing everything as ultimately Krishna's will, right? And Krishna being there. I remember hearing a story by my spiritual master on that. He gave this story, and it really helped me to accept that point from the scriptures. He said that there's a story of a king. So this king, he's got this new sword. He's been given this gift from a neighboring king. It's a beautiful sword made of gold, jewels, everything like that. So the king is cleaning the sword, just wiping the sword clean. And when he's cleaning the sword's really sharp. He cuts his finger, and he's in a lot of pain. So the king calls for his advisor, and he says to the advisor, he said, I was cleaning the sword and I just cut my finger. What do you think about this? The advisor says to him, my dear king, he said, this is Krishna's mercy. And then the king gets a bit angry. So what? So tell me that again. And the advisor said, my dear king, this is Krishna's mercy. And the king says, you know what? I had enough of you, right? You're saying that because you're not the one who's bleeding. You're not the one who's in pain. You lack empathy. You rude, you foolish advisor. The king said to his guards, throw this ridiculous advisor of mine, throw him in prison. The guards grab the advisor, throw him in prison. And the king's like, I'm in pain. These people, no empathy, saying stupid things to me about how it's Krishna's mercy. The king then goes on his tour of the kingdom. As he's going on the tour of the kingdom, he goes through the forest. As he goes through the forest, he's captured by some cannibals, right? They see him and they think, Ma Prashade Govinde, like that. They think it's Prashadam time, right? So they bring the king to the priest who's going to use the king for a human sacrifice. The priest is doing all the rituals to make the king ready for a human sacrifice. And just near the end, the priest says, oh, stop. And everyone's shocked. Like, what do you mean? Finish the ritual. No, the priest says, stop. We have to let him go. We can't use him for the human sacrifice. And everyone's like, why can't we use him for the human sacrifice? And the priest says, look at his finger. He's an imperfect specimen. Part of his finger's missing. You can't use him. So the king then realizes what his advisor had told him. Wow, actually it was Krishna's mercy. And the cannibals have to let the king go. He runs back to the palace, completely just relieved that his life had been spared. And he realized, my advisor was so smart, I didn't realize it. So the king tells the guards, go and bring my advisor out of the prison. The guards go, they bring the advisor out. And the king actually apologizes to the advisors, I'm really sorry. When I cut my finger and I asked you earlier about that, you told me that it was Krishna's mercy upon me, and I didn't believe you. But I went on my tour of the kingdom, I was captured by these cannibals, they would have killed me and sacrificed me, but because I'd cut my finger, I was an imperfect specimen, so they had to let me go. So now I understand what you were saying was true, and I'm really sorry I had you thrown in prison. And the advisor was very forgiving. And the king said to him, he said, but I do have one question. He said, look, I get it. When you told me that it was Krishna's mercy, it makes sense. I see how I was saved because I cut my finger. He said, but when you told me that, I had you thrown in prison. So I understand how cutting my finger was Krishna's mercy upon me, but I don't understand how me throwing you in prison was Krishna's mercy upon you. And the advisor said to the king, he said, my dear king, he said, normally when you go on a tour of the kingdom, he said, normally I come with you. So, if I'd have gone with you, they would have let you go and they would have sacrificed me instead. So you cutting your finger, that was Krishna's mercy upon you. You throwing me in prison, that was Krishna's mercy upon me. So I share that because going back to this one about reading, you may even read something, you think, what's a story I could use to explain that? Right? What's a situation I could use to explain that? What's something that's happening in the news I could use to explain that? Again, what that will do is it'll be very powerful for you because what will happen is you'll start to build a relationship between what you read in the scripture and what happens in your day-to-day life. And then what will happen is wherever you go, whatever's happening in your day-to-day life, you'll be able to relate that back to the scripture in some way. You'll build a relationship, a connection between the two things. And you'll find that it becomes very easy for you to remember the scriptures in whatever situation you're in. Yeah? If you go to the next slide, please. Okay. So, yes, reading my books will help you. Philosophy must be there, but if you do not also apply the philosophy by participating in all temple affairs like rising early, attending Mangalarti, performing devotional service, then simply learning the philosophy will have no effect. This is basically what we were saying before, nididhyasana. So what you do is you try and use some of the stuff that you're reading. Now, that doesn't mean every single sentence and every single word, but if you go through a reading session, you just take one idea. How would I apply that? Well, how would I explain that to someone? It will make the reading a very powerful and very interactive process for you. If you go to the next slide, please. Okay. Actually, yeah, I'll read this one now. If you study my books very carefully, you'll find out the means for applying this Krishna consciousness philosophy in all spheres of life. There is no limitation. Simply, it requires a little common sense practicality. So you'll be able to apply it, as we were saying. If you move forward, again, I'm going to skip to, again. Again? Again? Okay. So what we're going to do, because we want to leave some time for Q&A, I'm going to give you a summary of some of the most powerful benefits that you gain from reading Prabhupada's books. Okay. If you go, click on there. Again? Again? Keep going. Stop, okay, stop there. Oh, no, go back. Okay. So these are just, we're going to go through some of the benefits. Number one, if you read Prabhupada's books, it makes you much more intelligent, actually. It makes, because what it does is it sharpens your intelligence. So you're able to make better decisions and you'll be able to understand things very, very clearly. It's actually one of the effects. When you read Prabhupada's books, you're actually burning away all the ignorance in your mind. And what that does, I'm going to tell you in front of the deities, believe it or not, I'll just tell you anyway. If you read Prabhupada's books regularly, it actually has an effect of changing your perception. You actually, you become much sharper. When you meet someone, you can immediately understand them much more clearly, and you can understand yourself a lot more clearly, because it destroys the lower modes. It brings you to the mode of goodness, and it brings you from the mode of goodness to the transcendental platform. So discrimination is there. We talked about tapasya. It becomes easier. So let's say it's Ekadashi. It's easier to follow all of these things, Ekadashi and stuff like that, because you have so much knowledge. You understand why. You understand the benefit that you get from following, etc. It gives you detachment. We talked about this yesterday. Why is it so easy to solve my friend's problems? Because I'm detached, right? It's not your issue. Right? So when they come to you for advice, yeah, obviously you should do this, you should do that. It's easy to work it out because you've got detachment. So when you read the books regularly, detachment happens. It gives you spiritual strength, and spiritual acceleration means you progress a lot faster, actually. And this is not theoretical. You'll be able to feel that you're actually progressing a lot faster than you used to. Yeah? Especially if you can do the reading regularly. That's one special thing. If you can do that, and regular doesn't even mean every day. Regular can be whatever works for you. Even if you read once a week, start somewhere. I'm going to ask you to do an exercise on that at the end. We'll come back to that. So it speeds you up in spiritual progress, and it gives you more strength because you know why you're doing what you're doing. Okay. If you can move forward again. Stop. I can stop there. Okay. Reading increases the mode of goodness, and all the qualities in the mode of goodness automatically increase just by reading Prabhupada's books. You're more patient, you're more tolerant, you're more humble. It's automatic. Automatic effects. You become more inspired, and this is another interesting thing. Your intuition becomes stronger because the words on the page of Prabhupada's books is the same sound or the same communication, the same vibration as the super soul in the heart. You see? So Guru is the external manifestation of the super soul, right? And the books, the Shastras, are also the manifestation of the super soul. In fact, how many of you, maybe some of you remember this, where do all the religious principles, where did they take shelter when Krishna left the planet? Someone remember? It took shelter in the Bhagavatam. So all those principles, all the potency of the Lord is present in the Srimad Bhagavatam itself. You know? And you can associate with Prabhupada in the form of his books. If you read the Prabhupada's books, you actually have association with Prabhupada directly in the form of his books. If you go to the next, keep going. Okay, stop there. One more. Okay. It increases your conviction. Because if you know and understand something, if someone tells you something that goes against what you understand, you can easily defeat them. Easily. And actually, after a while, people won't even bother asking, trying to debate you, because they know, like, yeah, he's just going to make me look bad, or she's going to make me look bad. It gives you tremendous conviction. It increases your confidence, actually. Again, don't take my word for it. If you regularly read Prabhupada's books, you won't just be confident in your spiritual life. It makes you a confident person, full stop. It actually makes you very, very confident. I've seen that. I've seen devotees for many years who've been reading, and I've seen how it's transformed them. Clarity is there. Confidence is there. It allows you to control your mind, and therefore, I was reading this morning. I can even show you some of my diary entries. I find that just because I'm reading, it's easier to do my japa. Because what happens is, when you read, it strengthens your spiritual intelligence. And we know, just below the intelligence is what? What does Krishna say is below the intelligence? It's the mind. And below the mind is what? The the senses. So what, and Prabhupada explains this, if you read, you strengthen and spiritualize your intelligence, and that allows you to control your mind more. It allows your mind to be more focused, therefore it's easy to do your japa. In fact, actually, if you read regularly, everything in your life is easier. Because when your mind is under your control, you don't procrastinate, you make better decisions, you can move faster, you're not distracted, you're less disturbed by what other people are doing, because your mind is like, it's being held. So what the spiritual reading does is it actually makes your intelligence very, very strong, and your strong intelligence controls your mind for you, which means you can do everything in life a lot more easily. And that improves your japa as well. If you can go to the next slide. Keep going. Okay, stop there. As we said before, it increases your faith, your shraddha. We talked about that. Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he uses a term called Komala Shraddha. Right? Anyone know that term? Anyone heard that term before? Komala Shraddha is when your faith is very flexible. It can easily be manipulated or, worn down by other people. If you read, your faith becomes very strong, actually. Because you don't believe in Krishna, you have direct realization of Krishna. So that makes you much more steady, and it increases your attachment to Krishna as well. So faith is a secret weapon. And that faith is achieved, the faith that will allow you to move forward, the Shastriya Shraddha, that faith is achieved by the regular reading of Prabhupada's books. And please, I want to be very clear. I don't expect you to believe what I'm saying to you. I'm going to be very honest with you. I don't expect you to believe what I'm saying to you. But if you try this, but in the way that we've explained, right? That means not just every now and then. Try and do some regular reading. If you can, do it with someone else. Discuss it. Different angles of vision, like we discussed, right? How would you explain that to someone else? Or how does that work with this particular statement by Prabhupada, right? Or I didn't understand this. Like that seemed to contradict this. If you read it like that and discuss it, A, it's much more enjoyable. It's relishable. B, it's much more interesting. C, if you think, how does that relate to my life? It's even more dynamic, right? How would I use that in my own experience? How would I translate that? Oh, that's talking about this. How would I use that in what I do, in my work, in my career, whatever? If you do like that, you will get such a strong experience from the books that you'll just fly. And like I said, even your japa will improve. Yeah, since I've been here, what I've been trying to do in the mornings, I try and do a little bit of reading at the beginning of my day, before anything else, including my japa. And I find, honestly, hand on my heart, I can tell you, japa is so much easier. Because the spiritual intelligence is controlling my mind, and because my mind is more controlled, it's not so distracted, it's easier for me to chant. And I see that many devotees who don't read, I can see them struggling with stuff, and I'm thinking, it doesn't have to be this way, right? You could actually have a much easier way of chanting, a much easier life in general, because the reading helps to control your mind, actually. Yeah. You have your hand up, yes.
Do you recommend like a certain time frame or like number of pages in particular that you think is best for reading every day to help like spread out?
When you asked me that question, the first thing that came to my mind is individual. But then I had some further realization to share with you. It is individual, but start with whatever's manageable. See, the trick that Maya plays with most devotees is like she gets them to do something which is way above, and then when they fail to live up to it, then they lose all enthusiasm. You see? But the solution is to start small, actually, and build up. Right? It's what we do. Whenever people are interested in Krishna consciousness, they say someone's new. Do we tell them to chant 16 rounds straight away? What do you think? No. What do we advise? They're new to the temple, but they're really enthusiastic. What do we tend to advise? Yeah, at least one, right? And then what happens is they do one and they come back to say, that was so easy, I want to do more. Great, do more. Right? So I'd say under promise, over deliver. So start with something that you know, I can definitely do this. So what you do is you start with a manageable, I call it the manageable minimum. Okay? So what's the minimum that I know I can definitely do that? And if you go above it, great. But you start that minimum. So for some of you, it may be that you can do 10, 15, 20 minutes a day, right? Minimum. For some people, minimum is 5 minutes. Okay, get your foot in the door, start there, you know? But if you do it like that, you do it regularly and you do it in the way that we described, you'll get a taste for it. In fact, not only will you get a taste for it, you'll start to feel that the way that you're reading is actually transforming you. I'm saying this from around the days. I can feel that because I'm reading, my mind is under my control. It's much more under my control. I can directly feel that because I'm reading, it's easier to focus when I'm chanting. I can feel it. I can directly experience it, you know? So that gives even more faith because I'm like, wow, this is working. Then I do more. You see? So what I'd say to you is start with the manageable minimum. Yeah? Think about what's manageable, what's realistic for me, the minimum I can do. Start there. And I'd encourage you, if you want to, do it with someone a friend. You know, if you want to. You know, for some of you, you may prefer to do it by yourself. That's absolutely fine. But if you want to do it with a friend, again, now your reading is very dynamic. We're reading together. We're discussing it together. You know, what's your realization? Well, this is my realization. How do you apply that in your life? Oh, I did an experiment. I applied this and this is what happened. It's a very, very interesting conversation. And you're staying in touch with Prabhupada's books at the same time. Does that answer your question? If you go to the next slide, please. Oh, it's good. It's not on the screen. Is it come back on? Oh, okay, perfect. Next slide. Okay. So we'll stop here. Okay. This is a really interesting purport. I'll just read the bit in blue. So Prabhupada is talking about how to take the teaching. He said he must realize the subject matter so nicely that he can present the matter for the particular circumstances in a suitable manner. The original purpose of the text must be maintained. I'll read on. No obscure meaning should be screwed out of it, yet it should be presented in an interesting manner for the understanding of the audience. This is called realization. So one of the most powerful things that you can do with Prabhupada's books is think, how would I present it? This is a direct purport. First canto, chapter 4, text number 1. This is Prabhupada saying it. He's actually saying you're meant to understand it, but also find interesting ways to present it for different audiences. And he said this is called realization. What they asked Prabhupada, what is the spiritual world like? And Prabhupada, who was he preaching to? What were the group that he was preaching to? They were hippies, right? So Prabhupada was thinking like this. How would I explain the spiritual world to these hippies? He said it's like an ocean of LSD. You understand that words? It's like an ocean of LSD. They got the message. You understand? And that's one of the exercises you can do in the books. How would I say it in a way that people can relate? So if it's business people, maybe I say it in a way that business people can relate. My spiritual master, he had this project called IFAS, Institute for Applied Spiritual Technology. And I used to think, where did he get this term from, this idea of spiritual technology? And I found out. Prabhupada gave a lecture at MIT. MIT stands for what? The Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And you can find that lecture. And in that lecture that Prabhupada gave at MIT, he calls Krishna consciousness spiritual technologies. You see? Because he knows who the audience is. So he's like, right, I know where you're coming from. I'm gonna explain my philosophy in a way that you can relate to it. Do you see how it works? Like that. So this is what he's talking about. You go to the next slide, please. Okay. Yeah, I'll just read the point at the bottom in blue. If someone hears with rapt attention from the right person, at the very beginning, one can assuredly see Lord Sri Krishna in person in the pages of Bhagavatam. That's a big claim. I'll tell you something I found out, which I found incredibly interesting. If you read and hear or chant with attention, it increases your neuroplasticity. So when you're in the class or when you're reading the books and you try to be attentive, the books will have an even deeper impression on your mind, actually. They'll have a deeper transforming effect on your mind. And going back to what we said about transformation and change and growth and stuff like that, if you can read even 5 minutes attentively, you'll see it will actually change you. You see? And it's not that someone has to tell you or that you have to believe it or you have to have faith in it. You'll start to notice, I'm actually changing. You'll see yourself. Say, I don't think the same way that I used to. I'm not reacting the same way that I used to. I found that by reading, I become more confident. I've actually found that. My wife, she reads and it's really transformed her. And she's often speaking about how by reading, it's even helped her to do all kinds of different things within the mind. It's really, really powerful. So no one has to tell you that it works or it doesn't work. It's just a question of you doing it regularly and doing it properly. Then you can see for yourself how powerful it is and how much it allows you to grow and change. If you could pass the mic to the back.
Do you have a book in mind which you would recommend starting off with?
I would say we haven't yet come to grips with the base.
If we haven't yet got that foundation in terms of the basics, then I would also recommend Bhagavad Gita as it is. Some people, they actually do well by reading more than one book. You know, I'm a bit like that. I like to read more than one book at a time. Now, I don't mean reading this in the same session, right? But like maybe alternate between different days. But you should see what works for you. There's a lot of scope to maneuver. If you want to get into this in all the detail, there's a seminar on this topic by Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj called Scriptural Study and Preaching. It's a 2-part seminar. You can find it on his SoundCloud. So you just put in BT Swami SoundCloud, Scriptural Study and Preaching. And it's a 2-part seminar. And he goes into all these details, different techniques. So for example, some of you may find that when you read, if you make notes, that really, really works for you, you know? For someone else, it's about the reading and discussing with someone. That works for me a lot, you know? But whatever way, and also you can experiment what time of day. Ideally, if you do it in the morning, see, reading and chanting, it actually has a potency to it. So when you read and chant in the morning, if you can, you actually invoke a spiritual energy, and then you can benefit, you can use that spiritual energy throughout the rest of the day. It changes the rest of the day. But if for whatever reason, you're not able to do it in the morning, then whenever you can is good. You see? But again, you can experiment with that and see. It actually does work like that. So, what I want you to do, we have about 12 minutes left. I want you to actually get into small groups, maybe groups of 3 or 4, and just discuss. We've talked about the benefits now, but now we also want to bring it back to reality. Well, deal with this aspect of reality. When we try to do something new or something different, or try to make a regular habit of reading, when we try to do something new or have a regular habit of reading, sometimes there'll be obstacles. Okay? So what I want us to do, and I'm going to ask you to do this in your groups of 3 or 4, discuss what could be the obstacles that could get in the way, and what would be the solution. Okay? So the girls, you groups of 3 and 4, boys, groups of 3 and 4, have that time to discuss. We'll give you about 7 minutes, and we're going to hear from the groups before we end. Over to you for the next 7 minutes.
Single purpose. In theory, you can explain that. Oh, no. So you apply it. Everything's theory. But you go with it. So, but in your heart of hearts, not for myself. Real. I mean, you don't have to. You have to. It's like. It'll allow you to have like emphasis to practice that's you'll experience that to indulge in the and it's going to come. Going through if you don't like it, I used to know, I used to share that. So I used to share this memory people have of it. You'll know how hopefully you'll understand it. If you understand how up to 2 hours. Of course. Christian, people just go the rest. I don't know if anything stuff well. That's 2 hours lesson. Thank you so much. So, don't say anything you want. You don't. When you before you say it, first understand. What is it all so if you understand about then you're not going to fall with it. You're not that because but this will require you to have right? So I would say you don't know accordance to what you're going to do first. I will share. Well, I mean, it's really irregular. I get sometimes reading books, daily books, but it's not like set. At some point, I try to minimum. That's not minimum for one is, and it's usually uneven down. I just and also I'm kind of I'll just start off with it's like all that's very like that's something that I do as I'm very curious. To manage it, even though I actually don't if it's not dating, but at least maybe twice. Dating. That's not going to have to find it. They're looking at it. That's fine. Right. Yes. Yes. Good. What's that? Yeah. Well, that is a couple. I mean, it has to be supposed to be. So I will make yeah.
Okay, so we're almost at time, and I want to make sure that you guys can have lunch, whatever you've been to have after, so I can go after. But I'd just love to hear from you. Any thoughts? What are some potential? Prabhu, Aribal, you put the slide back on. What are some potential obstacles and solutions? And we'll start on this side. Anything that you wanted to share that you were speaking about? Thank you. Any potential obstacles? Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
I want to start with someone. It's also so starting basically, and then sometimes if you feel like you can't do it by yourself, you also have to find the right people to start with, because I've also been in like reading groups and things like that where it kind of just falls apart after a while, and then you lose motivation because of that. So it's daunting in that sense, even if you want to find a group or just do it by yourself. Honestly, like trial and error, I think, trying to find a person that really like fits. Some people were talking about how they had to like figure out like, yeah, I won't work with these type of people, so we have to like make sure to find the right type of person who is similarly motivated, and so you can keep each other accountable while you're doing it. Yeah.
First of all, thank you for that. What I would add is also, sometimes when you try something new, it will start and stop in the beginning. The trick is not to give up. Yeah. When you try something, you try it, it may work for 2 weeks and then it kind of falls out. And then you try it again, it works for a week and then it falls out. And what most people do at that point is say, oh, it's not working, let me just stop. But the ones who actually realize this normal, that there'll be ups and downs, especially in the beginning, because you're trying to start some new habit. If you don't give up, you'll get to a point where you'll get a lot from it. If you do studies of how people actually become successful, they're often tested in the beginning. It's as if life is saying, how badly do you really want this? And you have two groups of people. You have one group, when it doesn't work out immediately, they just give up because their resolve isn't very strong. But you have another group, it's like, you know what? I want this. So if it starts, I'll give you a better example. How many of you have heard of Chowpatty? Right, Chowpatty is Radhanath Maharaj's project in Mumbai. When they started that project, they started the mentorship system. Maharaj would start it, he would go away traveling. When he'd come back, it fell apart. Then he'd start it up again. Then he'd go away traveling. When he'd come back, the whole thing, he'd find it's fallen apart. It happened many times. But because he was like, I want that system, eventually got put into place. So what happens when you want anything important is that Maya will test you. How badly do you really want it? And so the real secret in life is not to think that because I've tried and it didn't work out immediately, that therefore I should give up. If you keep going, you'll often find that the biggest successes lie just behind the series of challenges. You see, like that. I was trying to remember. I'll call him back. But yeah, like that. That's often what happens. So let me do it again. Let's go back. So yeah, so thank you for sharing that particular point. On this side, any comments?
Jim Raj. No, you gotta just do the props. Yeah.
I guess one obstacle I have is like, yeah, an obstacle I've had is just like I don't have the motivation to start reading to begin with. I mean, even
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Mark, I'm just in the middle of the seminar. Can I call you back in a few minutes? She's in a different seminar. Oh, okay. We'll get someone to go and find her right now, and I'll pass on to you straight away, Mark. Okay? I was going to go through about that. We'll send someone to that outside of the seminar. Right now. Thank you, Mark. Very good. Okay, so
okay, yeah. I was just saying I lack the motivation to start reading to begin with, just because like I guess I view philosophy as like boring, but like
what do you think is what?
I guess like oh yeah, I have to like start reading like the more like modern books, like not like older books, like probably some of like ISKCON Naperville's books, but I just don't start like reading them. I don't get around to reading them.
So something even more of that type. How do you get it? Let's go back. What's the minimum that you can do right now to get you started in the direction that you're doing? What's like the minimum? What's the minimum you can do?
Like a few pages a day.
Good.
A few pages a day.
That's good. Honestly, don't forget this is the value. If you're able to do 2 pages a day, page 1 is definitely good page. So again, it's an important question. So I said minimum man has to manage. The management that's fine. Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Yeah, so I can start reading, but like I can do it daily, but then after some time I'll like miss a day, and then I'll read some more, and then I'll miss another day, and then like that it slowly degrades into like not having. Like in theory, like not miss a day, but
Let's say that even a habit split, you may have a tendency to split. What is something you try so that it doesn't degrade? So you need to keep certain momentum going. What are your thoughts?
I'll like redouble the next day.
But what I thought I should run is
If you reduce the amount of what you promise to do every day, then it'll be more easy to keep it until that becomes doable, and then
when it becomes easy, then you can increase the amount again.
I would also say that sometimes an emergency may happen where, for that reason, you couldn't read as much as you normally do. But if you get something, if the habit is that you're generally reading, you will see. I can guarantee you, if you're able to do some regular reading of Prabhupada's books, I can 100% guarantee you it will change you. And it will make your spiritual life much stronger. What the truth of the matter is, Prabhupada's main offering, one of his main offerings to the entire movement and to the entire world was his books. But the books aren't read often. And therefore spiritual life becomes a lot harder. And then people think, oh, it just has to be this way. But they don't realize, no, if you read, you'll have a very different spiritual life, and it will become self-motivating because you'll get so much empowerment and strength from the reading that after a while, you'll notice that when you don't read, you'll feel, wow, that day was much, much less dynamic. You know, my mind was much more all over the place. It wasn't, but the days that you read, you'll feel, this is really easy. I could do everything really, really well. I remember we used to serve His Holiness Tamal Krishna Maharaj. He came to the UK to do his PhD at Cambridge. And I remember he made a comment. He said that I took it that this is a result of his reading Prabhupada's books. Hare Krishna, thank you. He made a comment. He said that I can spend 2 to 3 hours when he's doing his dissertation, because his PhD at Cambridge was about Prabhupada. And he said, I can sit down and I can focus for 2 to 3 hours on just getting one paragraph completely correct in my dissertation. And I remember when I used to serve him, when I used to watch him, I noticed his focus was extraordinary. You could look at him and you could just feel there's such an intense focus, and it's like a natural focus. And I really felt that this is one of the results of his reading Prabhupada's books. Your ability to focus on anything and your ability to control your mind and direct your mind, it just becomes incredible, you know? So this is what we really try to do, is show you how there are so many gifts that most of the devotees do not claim, right? So many blessings, so many special results that so many devotees, they can claim it by coming into contact with the books regularly, and those gifts become you. They come into you, yeah? But if we neglect this stuff, then it's almost like living spiritual life. It's like having a business, but all the money that you could invest in the business, you haven't claimed any of the money, right? There's all these loans, there's grants, there's venture capitalists, and they're ready to give you millions, which will make your business successful. But you failed to claim all of this money. It's just free money, you know? So in the same way, Prabhupada's books, they give all of these blessings that make your spiritual life grow much more productively and abundantly, but you have to claim those gifts in order to get that special benefit. Yeah.
One more comment.
Cool. So I wanted to go back to the point you made about when devotees rush to put out fires, like firefighting, and how that might align more with the Satriya nature. Satriya nature. No, not necessarily. Okay. I guess my confusion is, like, for me, I know I don't have that management blood in me. So I find it hard to relate with devotees who do have that background. Maybe a garland is out of place, or something like maybe something is out of place. It's like I won't be so quick to pick up on it. But yeah, my question is like how do you relate with devotees in that bhav?
The way you can relate to anyone is to find the common ground. So what you do is you look for what is it about this person that I can appreciate, actually. So there'll be some things that maybe you don't relate to, okay, but there'll always be some things that you do relate to. And so what you should do is, when you interact with that person, you look for the things that you can appreciate, and that way you'll be able to build a bond and understand where they're coming from. Yeah? The good thing about this international society is that there are so many different types of devotees that there will always be someone that you can connect with more easily as well. But we want to appreciate everyone. You see, it's like this. If there's someone who's very kind of Kshatriya, for example, if your family member is in difficulty, like there's a fire, you want that brave Kshatriya who's going to be ready to just go into the building and save that person. You see? So we all have a role to play, and if we understand what and can appreciate what everyone brings, then it's easier to actually have a real healthy spiritual community. Does that make some sense? Okay, thank you very much. So we'll stop here. We hope we gave you some ideas on why the reading is important and some understanding about how the reading can actually really benefit and transform you. Yeah, like that. And again, just to emphasize, don't feel that you have to change everything. I encourage you, start with the manageable minimum. Yeah? And see if these benefits and blessings that we spoke about don't become more and more apparent in your life as a result of the reading. Okay. Thank you very much, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Okay.
Okay, there you go. Thank you.
Guys, yeah, we're late, but you can just start finding your sanghas and gathering your group and connecting to that.
Lunch is at 1:30. You have to see what is the next step. There is a God that has been for us. For example, why it's not
So,